10 seconds is based on millenniums or centuries of clinical research which was done. There were scientists, there were great people before us who do not have the advancement of scientific technologies what we have now. We have information at the click of the search, but they did not have. They failed and 10 seconds is based on millenniums or centuries of clinical research which was done. There were scientists, there were great people before us who do not have clinical research done before us. That is what we have now. We have information at the click of the search, but they did not have. They failed and 10 seconds is based on millenniums or centuries of clinical research which was done. There were scientists, there were great people before us who do not have clinical research done before us. That is what we have now. We have information at the click of the search, but they did not have. They failed and 10 seconds is based on millenniums or centuries of clinical research which was done. There were scientists, there were great people before us who do not have clinical research done before us. That is what we have now. We have information at the click of the search, but they did not have. They failed and 10 seconds is based on millenniums or centuries of clinical research which was done. There were scientists, there were great people before us who do not have clinical research done before us. That is what we have now. We have information at the click of the search, but they did not have. They failed and 10 seconds is based on millenniums or centuries of clinical research which was done. There were scientists, there were great people before us who do not have clinical research done before us. That is what we have now. We have information at the click of the search, but they did not have. They failed and 10 seconds is based on millenniums or centuries of clinical research which was done. There were scientists, there were great people before us who do not have clinical research done before us. That is what we have now. We have information at the click of the search, but they did not have. They failed and 10 seconds is based on millenniums or centuries of clinical research which was done. There were scientists, there were great people before us who do not have clinical research done before us. That is what we have now. We have information at the click of the search, but they did not have. They failed and 10 seconds is based on millenniums or centuries of clinical research which was done. There were scientists, there were great people before us who do not have clinical research done before us. That is what we have now. We have information at the click of the search, but they did not have. They failed and 10 seconds is based on millenniums or centuries of clinical research which was done. There were scientists, there were great people before us who do not have clinical research done before us. That is what we have now. We have information at the click of the search, but they did not have. They failed and 10 seconds is based on millenniums. What is clinical trial history of India? Now, coming to the whole topic of today's session, CTRI. You must have heard of this term that any researcher who wants to do or who intends to do clinical trials must compulsorily, I repeat, compulsorily get their trials registered in the clinical trial registry. Now, CTRI is an online system. It is a very convenient system developed by the National Institute of Medical Statistics under the ICMR New Delhi. Now, I think everybody is aware or among the participants of ICMR, Indian Council for Medical Research. It is a statutory body. It is a recognized body which is primarily responsible for all the medical researches which are conducted in India. Not all, but when you come to know that certain research, XYZ research, is approved or is sponsored or is collaborated with ICMR, then that gives a stamp of validity. when you know that WHO, when you know bodies like UNICEF, when you know bodies like ICMR approve certain researches, that means it is a valid thing. It is a valid product. Similarly, when CTRI is developed under Ministry of Medical Statistics as well as Indian Council of Medical Research, that means CTRI is a serious body. It is not just an association which some people have formed just to do clinical trials. It is basically a recognized body by the ministry, by the Indian Institute, National Institute of Medical Statistics under the ICMR. Now, CTRI, again, it gives a wrong information sometimes that the clinical research requires a lot of money. Yes, of course, there are resources required, there are funding required, but CTRI is a free, searchable online platform for registration. Remember, there is no fees. So there should be no myth that why some researchers do not register in clinical trials and their proposals get rejected. They feel, or there is a misconception that there is a heavy fee to get registered under clinical trial registry. Now, a question should arise in your mind that if the registry is free, how do they ensure the quality? It is a human mindset, isn't it? If the service is given for free, for example, somebody comes to your doorstep and say that, Madam, sir, kindly purchase a product, it's free of cost. They don't ask for anything, they don't take any details. So then a doubt arises in our mind due to human tendency. Like, why is it given to free? Whether it is quality, whether the quality of the product is compromised or not. Similarly, when CTRI is free, the doubt or the suspicion should not arise in mind that they compromise with the validity and the quality because it is a valid body which undergoes a lot of scrutiny as well as a lot of thorough research and review. Only then they will approve. So CTRI registration is free, but approval later on will be a very tedious and heinous process. That will be multiple phase process. So CTRI is a free searchable online platform. Now, the registered trials are not only searchable at CTRI website, but also at ICTRP website, the International Clinical Trial Registry platform. It is the WHO portal. I'll be showing the dashboard on my subsequent slides. At present, remember, Government of India has made the registration of clinical trial under CTRI registry as mandatory and is notified to the DCGI, the Drug Controller General of India. So, if you do not mark my words, if you do not register any clinical trial, however path breaking your registration will be, however innovative your research is, if you do not register under clinical registry, then that research is invalid. However hard work you have done behind that research, CTRI registration is compulsory for any clinical trials, however minor or major path breaking outcome it might contain. So CTRI, as I said, is a free platform. Now, among all the types of clinical studies which are registered under CTRI, the segregation is 73% of them are interventional trials, 24% of them are observational trials, and the remaining are about the bioavailability as well as bioequivalence. Okay, so this is the concept of how the trials which are registered under CTRI. Now, again, saying that these are the trials updated up to 31st March 2025. Beyond 31st March, maybe the percentage will change. So this is the latest data what we have got from CTRI. 73% are interventional, 24% are observational, and the rest of the trials come under the subsidy of 3%. Apart from transparency, see, CTRI does not only refrain themselves from transparency, it is also expected to remove the every help or publication bias by bringing them under the trial result, positive or negative. See, as researchers, we need to understand no outcome is positive or negative. Every outcome is an outcome. You have either identified the beneficial effects or you have identified the adverse effects in the clinical trial. So, if your results are not aligning with the outcome which you have expected before starting of the result, please don't get disheartened. Every successful research is riding on this back of many failed researches. So such researches have failed, but the researchers have not. So you need to understand one failed attempt, we should always be inspirational to have you in a successful research for the next time. So any results, positive or negative, should be in the public domain under publication bias. The CTRI removes all the publication bias and it also prevents duplication research. For example, if I say one researcher from a northern part of India, say Himachal Pradesh, is doing at the same time the research done by me in southern part of India. Now we are independent researching minds. Leave alone the collaborative researches. Two ideas can come to two researching minds simultaneously, and it is natural to happen. The disadvantage is if we do not register under clinical trials, the same amount of effort, same amount of resources, manpower, money, material, logistics will be spent by two independent researchers in the same country. Okay. And then compounded by independent researching minds across the world. What will happen? We will be ending up, I'll not say wastage of researches, but duplication, redundancy will happen. That is why CTRI forms as a central body, so that I have an idea. I need to get some proposal. I need to get some funded approach. I go and register in CTRI. Suppose some doctor, some other clinical researcher has a similar idea in the northern part of India, and they also go to CTRI. They will be immediately notified that similar amount of, say, similar type of research is going on. Now that leaves the researcher in the northern part of India with two options. Either he or she can change the research, tweak the research, tweak the objectives, or can collaborate for a multicentric approach. Why not have a similar kind of research in different parts of the country? Then who knows, by the discussion, the person in the North India and South India might get another innovative research idea that let us have multicentric project through the central part of India, eastern part and western part also. So similar study which was to be conducted at one center in South India or North India will now be labeled as a multi-centric national study. So the result which I do at my geographical region and tell the whole world that my results are this and that will be validated when it is a multi-centric project. So CTRA also plays a central role to understand what is duplication of research and to avoid publication bias. Now, this is a small timeline which I have tried, attempted to make how CTRA evolved. See, any successful body will not have an overnight success. So it was launched in the year July 2020, July 2007. And then there was a journal support given to CTRI where all the articles were published in 2008. In December 2008, WHO also recognized. See, this is the problem what we have. Like I've collaborated with WHO a lot of times. Whenever we try to collaborate with WHO, they always doubt the researcher's acumen, whether the researcher has got a good reputation or not. See, young researchers always remember whenever you are going for a grant, whenever you are going for a proposal, whenever you're going for a good platform where you pitch your research, uh, always have a background work done in similar field. Now, WHO recognized it almost after 1.5 year after launching. Now, 2007 was still a digital era. It was not that there was no internet, there was no research published online. But why it took 2008 December to recognize CTRI is number one, the validity of research, the quality of product CTRI was producing. Then the journal got worldwide publication. Then it got recognized by WHO. Now, when WHO recognizes, immediately every month there was data transfer to international clinical trial registry platform. Do you think before WHO recognized our CTRI, even if we circulated the data to international clinical trials registry platform, they would not take all the data. Like 1 or 2% of the researchers in India who have been doing clinical trials since like 2 decades, 3 decades, with their reputation, they can take. But for a young, aspiring, and budding researcher, if you give your data to international clinical trial, they would first check your background, whether you have enough validity, whether you are reliable in this area of research. Similarly, This evolution is very important for us to understand how it was launched, how journal support was given, then WHO recognized, then monthly there was data transfer, and in 2009 it was made compulsory, mandatory by CDCISCO for registration under the CTRI. The timeline continued, and then there was a software upgrade. Then CTRI started to have workshops and hands-on training, and very recently, Ayush studies also got introduced into CTRI. Now, when you need to have an integrated approach, when you need to understand how the grassroots level it works, you need to collaborate it with transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach. That's where Ayush studies are taken under the umbrella of CTRI. And a very recent introduction that is great. I think I'll give you the link in my subsequent slide also. E-tutorial launch is done by CTRI. Now, anybody of us can go to CTRI website, see the e-tutorial, how registration is done, and it is a very easy process. I wish whenever we have a physical workshop, I would prefer to have a hands-on training. Before that, the researchers would get their clinical trial researches, of course, scrutinized and reviewed by the ethical board. And then in hands-on workshop, we've done like few workshops where researchers go to the website, check the e-tutorial, and register their registry in CTRI in the same workshop. So apart from that, the objective, mission, and vision of CTRI, objective basically transparency of research, accountability, and accessibility of all clinical trials in India. As I said, one researcher doing research from one part of the country, that should be accessible to everyone. That should be open for scrutiny. That should be open for review, and it should be very transparent. So that is the basic objective. Mission has always been prospective registration. Now, there are two terms I think all my students, dear students, know: prospective and retrospective. Prospective is basically going forward in time, retrospective is going backward in time, right? So, we have to encourage under CPRI that all trials, all clinical trials should be registered before enrolling of the first participant. This is prospective registration. Once you start your research and then go for registration, it is a contraindication. That is, you have already you have violated the ethical principles of clinical trials, and then it is not valid for registration. The vision of CTRI has been number one, full disclosure. It has to be fully disclosed. Every clinical trial in India and the region is prospectively registered with complete trial data and transparency, whereas regional reach should be there. As I say, ours is a very diverse country. Ours is a country where culture, food, research acumen varies every 100 kilometers. Even the language, the dialect changes every 100 kilometers. The food habits, the culture, the geography, the topography changes every 100 kilometers. So every region should have a primary registry so that we can have our registry and it is shared with international data also. Why is trial registration important? Again, as I said, it is to prevent selective reporting. For example, if I have a good reputation among the research circle in India, I will always give my researchers to get registered. Whereas a young budding researcher who is maybe 100 times more enthusiastic than me and inspiration and a lot of innovative ideas, do not even know how the registration is done, do not have a mentor who guides him or her how registration is done, what are the process, what are writing agencies, where you should pitch your proposal, etc. So to prevent these kind of selective reporting, it is definitely important. Prevent unnecessary duplication of research. As I've always told, any loss of resource is loss of country reserve. Remember, is it a manpower, machine, or material, or money? Any loss of research because any loss of resource because of duplication of efforts is actually wasting countries' resources. And then, very important is empower patients and public about the planned or ongoing trials. There will be very unfortunate patients. There will be attendants of patients, relatives of patients who will be looking forward for some recent advancement of treatment of a very dreadful condition their relatives or their dependents might be going through. or there will be patients who will be more enthusiastic about learning how treatment in India and the treatment avenues in India are getting expanded. So to empower the patients and public by giving all the data with transparency. And most important, I think yesterday's talk comprised of the importance of institutional ethics committee. So enables ethics committees and researchers to review ongoing clinical trials and most importantly, compare with the planned or proposed studies. So this is not only, see, you can see the multi-dimension approach of this CTR, right? And the registration. Number one, it is for the researchers. Number two, it is for the institutes. Number three, it is for the patients and publics and all the larger aspect for the society. And number four, it is to strengthen our research acumen. And signatories to joint statements. Now, who are the bodies? Let us see who are supporting the Clinical Trial Registry of India, ICMR. Whenever this name strikes a valid kind of a seal or stamp on the research strikes, Research Council of Norway, one of the finest research councils, which has a similar body like our ICMR. UK Medical Research Council, exactly. You all know how ancient, how old, and how refined is the UK Medical Research Council. Medicine Sans Frontiers, I think most of you know, these are Medicine Sans Frontiers are the international borders, so which varies from country to country, and they have a joint statement given. Epicenters are the centers which are based on WHO research areas. Most of the centers are located in WHO regions, 6 WHO regions. And CEPI, that is Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovation. These are the joint statements. And of course, PATH, Program for Appropriate Technology in Health. Now, PATH is an emerging body the last 10, 15 years, which has worked on appropriate technology in health, and they are collaborating in multiple national and international forums. So these are the signatories to the joint statement and give validity for the function which Clinical Trial Registry of India is done. And institute structure, of course, the parent institute, where majority, if you see the history of the institute which has contributed to the maximum number of Nobel Prizes in this world, is Institute Pasteur. So the reason for placing Institute Pasteur at the end is it is a valid stamp on the global research which is going on. Okay, and the types of trial registration, I would request your concentration, especially on the second block. See, when I said prospective registration is mandatory, then how did the question came for retrospective registration? You say, sir is contradicting his own statement. Sir said that the prospective registration is mandatory. If you do retrospective registration, it is violation of the ethical principles. Now, retrospective registration here is a catch point. What does prospective registration means? When you make your study proposal, okay, and before going to the ethical committee, if you do prospective registration, they will first ask for the institutional ethical clearance. Whereas retrospective registration is you have got ethical clearance, you are yet to start study, but before taking the data of the first patient, you are going for retrospective registration. That means, I'll give you a small example. For prospective registration and the registration, you are registering only on the basis of title, objectives, methodology. Whereas in retrospective registration, you have title, objectives, methodology, total trial, and you are just about to proceed for the first patient information. And before that, you are doing retrospective registration. Now, if you start a research in the month of May 2025, you write all the proposal and you give it for registration, it will be prospective registration. But if you start the same process in May, you end up your review of literature in June, you take ethical committee clearance in July, and in August, just before the data is started, Institutional Review Board and Ethical Board has cleared it. Just before you are done, you go for retrospective registration. Now, retrospective registration will give you registration date that the idea of the research or the concept of research has started in the month of May. Until now, what is the evolution based on the Gantt chart? But if you take the data of the first patient, then it is invalid for both prospective as well as retrospective registration. Now, yet to be submitted trials. It is not yet submitted, and which are trials which are done, but which are yet to be done. And lastly, updating the registered trials. For example, if you have done a research in 2024, which is already updated, which is already registered under the CTRI body, but you find a new outcome, or you want to expand your registration, you want to expand your caseload, you want to improve or expand your research into a multi-centric project, you need to again take trial registration from the CTRI. So that is updating the registered trials. Now, impact of CTRI. Now, impact is a long-term word. Impact is not seen overnight. What is seen overnight is the effect, and what is seen in the long term is an impact. So, any prospective idea which you have should have a long term impact also. Similarly, CTRI and registration of trials will have a long term impact that there will be a broad information base for all the stakeholders. Now, stakeholders here are the young researchers who want to do research in the same avenue. Number second, the stakeholders are the agencies which are here to support the research. Number third, there are funding agencies who want to sponsor and get into the market because of the validated scientific avenue of this CTRI. So information based is a broad one for all the stakeholders. Last but not least, the biggest stakeholder is the society, the patients, the public, and a layman who wants to know about medical research is the biggest stakeholder in this information base. It also serves as a learning tool. It serves as a learning tool. For example, I am a very young budding researcher. I want to understand what are the types of clinical trials which are successfully registered. So if I want to see a protocol, what is the standard protocol, how that particular researcher has submitted so that I modify my research based on that. So it is a learning tool for us also as an experienced researcher. I have decades of experience, but I want to know how young minds are innovative now, how they have adapted to the technology, how they have adapted to the scientific rigor of the research, and it is a learning tool for everyone. And most importantly, one of the strongest impact of CTRI is impacts of ethics of research. See, ethics of research is every single point of input what you're giving, which is giving you huge amounts of output. Ethics, beyond ethics, all the four principles of ethics, no research is worth doing any research. So impact of CTRA, if it is not having on ethics in research, again, it will be non-beneficial. So likewise, CTRA is very important to have a long-term impact. Financial support and sponsorship for CTRA registration is again given by all the agencies. I will post names one by one, and I think you know every one of them. Department of Science and Technology, they have financial support and sponsorship. Government of India, again, is the major stakeholder. Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Now you see WHO New Delhi. And most importantly, these are most of the valid agencies which fund the CTRI to develop. Now you might get the answer of the question which I've asked you before. Why is CTRI registration free of cost for researchers? From where are the CTRI getting the funding to have a thorough scrutiny as well as review of all the researchers? This is basically supported financially by these important agencies, which are multiple stakeholders. Yeah, this is how the website looks like. I'll just show you after the registration. Yes. First, note down that these are the details which are given under the CTRI website. There are multiple details, more than 20 details which are asked. Majority of that is very easy to understand. But items we have marked with star are mandatory items. That is, without these items, the trial will not be submitted. Items which are marked with black, which are basic WHO dataset items. Like if you submit all the details which are marked by black, which is written in black, will be compulsorily asked by WHO. Items in green are additional requirements for CTRI, and items in red are new dataset items for only valid for complete and terminated trials. Now, I'll be going to the list. So this is the rule. If it is black, that is a basic WHO dataset item. That means for your research, if you have these data, then it is sufficient to get WHO certification. Under the black also, there are some star marks, which are mandatory items, which are without these items, trial will not be submitted. And our CTRI has some additional information which are marked in green. Let us check what is this black, green, star, and red items. See, registration number is in black. So that is definitely under WHO and compulsory. Trial registration date is also mandatory. Public title of study. Without this, so wherever you are seeing star mark, let me go again back. Star is mandatory item. Okay. And black is WHO set. Without these star marked items, like when you fill a Google form, there are some questions which are compulsory, which are star marked. Without that, the form would proceed. Likewise, the star marked items, without this, your trial is never successful. Now, number six is not in the WHO dataset items, but an additional requirement for our CTRI. Like without principal investigator's name and address, WHO will register because number seven is almost the same. However, we have multiple researches, we have multiple collaborations. That's why we want to know who is the primary investigator in this. Okay. Now, coming to 11 to 20, who is the secondary sponsor? Which are the countries of recruitment? These are WHO and compulsory items. Whereas in CTRI, site of study, name of the ethics committee and approved approval status, regulatory clearance obtained from DCGI, method of generating randomization sequence is compulsory for CTRI. Now, this checklist is given on CTRI website. You can find this checklist. And coming to the third and the most important page, where method of allocation of concealment, blinding and masking, estimated duration of trial, and what is the scope of publication of this research is also important in the CTRI. See, rest of the black items which you are seeing, that is to definitely has to do. That is the basic requirement for any WHO dataset. Whereas these are additional items. Let us see what are red items, which are valid only for the completed trials. As you see, brief summary is also added in CTRI registration. Yeah, after the trial is completed, date of actual study completion and final enrollment number achieved. So this is valid only when the trial is completed. This cannot be done for the ongoing or the prospective trials. So to give you the description of all the 34 items which were displayed, registration number is assigned by CTRI. It is not mandatory because it is not mandatory for you to fill it. They will assign it. It is an automated number. Public title is the layman's title. Yes, it is mandatory. Name of the principal investigator with the designation and address where the principal investigator is affiliated to is definitely mandatory. Whether ethics approval is mandatory, I think yesterday's webinar gave you a very clear concept that even if you are going to do a very simple research, even if you are going to share one sentence of scientific output, ethical clearance is 100% mandatory. And primary outcome, how the main result will be measured, that primary outcome is also mandatory for this field. So how to use CTRI website? Very easy. I request all the participants, if you have not already gone to the website, please note down ctri.nic.in. This is the CTRI website and ICTRP search portal, which is under the WHO. I'll show you how the dashboard looks like. So this is when you go to ctri.nic.in, this is how the dashboard looks like. And now you can see a very big block in the center, e-tutorial. I request all the participants, especially our young budding UG and PG researchers who are participants, please go to this website today after the completion of the workshop. Go to this website, see the e-tutorial. I'm sure it is very, very easy process. You have all the 40 items, 34 items, which are available there. Mention what are the items required for entry into the registration. Now you can see on the right side of the block, WHO, ICMR, and DSP. These are definitely approval authorities which are approving. So when you enter your data and you get a registration number, your data will be automatically shared to the ICTRP. Now let us see how ICTRP website looks like. So this is a WHO website. Under the WHO, if you go directly into tools and toolkits, you can see ICTRP search portal. Now these are the different researches, and can you see a big word cloud in the center? All the researches which are being searched in the ICTRP portal, it is very evident that research is going on on cancer is searched the most. It is the biggest word, the largest word in the word cloud, followed by diabetes mellitus. You can see COVID-19. If, of course, the hit search for COVID-19 from 2020 to maybe 2024, it has evolved across all the other. And if you can see diabetes mellitus, education and training, NCDs are approaching like obesity, nutrition, cardiovascular diseases. So this is how ICTRP search portal appears. So here you can see there is a search portal on the left side. There is a registry network, news and events. So you can go regularly to this. So once you have registered your research into the CTRI, your data will be shared to the ICTRP search portal because ICTRP is an international search portal. Your research will be visible across the globe. In CTRI, anybody can search, but it is primary access to the data researchers in India. Whereas, imagine you have registered your research and it is available for ICTRP search portal. What an amount of proud to a person who is doing research as well as his affiliating organization that your research is available for the whole world to see and appreciate and maybe get inspired from the topic. So trial verification, how it is done, an email is sent from CTRI to all the contact persons except to the trial registrant because the trial registrant, why they do not send is basically for blinding, basically for identification, the authenticity. For example, I only register and they send the verification code. Like how you do is like you log in into some Aadhaar based website and they send the OTP to you. So that is because of confidentiality. Whereas here, the identification of the research stakeholders is very important. So they send to all the contact persons, including the stakeholders, including the funding agency. And if they verify and respond, the trial verification process is set to be complete. Coming to the second subtopic of today's session, I hope CTRI is clear. And any doubts, we are welcome to write in the chat box so that any doubts related to ICTR search portal and e-tutorial of the CTRI also. Coming to the second topic for today, that is good clinical practice. A very interesting, very enthusiastic, and most importantly, evolving chapter in the ethics of clinical research and evolving chapter in the lives of medical researchers is good clinical practice. Now, before going into this topic, let me clarify or demystify the basic misconception which happens practice along with understood is GLP is only holding good for all the laboratory operated departments like microbiology, pathology, biochemistry, whereas good clinical practice is basically for only clinical departments. No, it is not. GLP definitely is the mainstay of lab department, but it is ethical, it is mandatory for all the doctors, all the researchers to undergo GLP. Whereas GCP, without GCP, without good clinical practice, a data researcher, a scientific researcher's research acumen is incomplete. Let me mark my words. Like without good clinical practice training, any researcher, a good researcher, his or her research acumen remains incomplete if you do not undergo good clinical practice training. So good clinical practice is basically an international ethical and scientific standard for trial conduct. So it protects the rights, safety, and well-being of the subjects. It ensures credible trial data. The relevance is basically because it is mandatory for regulatory compliance in India. In India, GCP has been made compulsory for any clinical trials for conduct. It depends on three independent pillars. I think you can see three independent pillars here: safety, ethics, and credibility. So it starts with ethics, it is intertwined with safety, and it is intertwined with credibility. So it is interdependent on three pillars, but remember, these pillars are independent yet intertwined within themselves. Without ethics, there is no safety. Without ethics and safety, there is no credibility of research. Hence, all three are interrelated. Now, Indian GCP versus ICH GCP. Now, there is an International Council for Harmonization of Technical Requirements for GCP. Let us compare how Indian good clinical practices differs or is in alignment with International Council of Harmonization. The Indian version of GCP is based of course, on the international harmony, but there are key differences between the two. Now, you can see the aspect in which it is similar or differing from International Council of Harmony (GCP). Now, investigator qualification, what ICH GCP requires is the education of the investigator, the training, and the experience. What training has he undergone and how many years of experience? Indian GCP, in addition to these three indices, wants Medical Council of India certification. So that means your NMC registration or Maharashtra Medical Council or Karnataka Medical Council, any medical council which is there. So that gives your addition because you are now linked to two registries. Number one, Indian Medical Register, and now data of clinical trial registry. SOPs. In SOPs, protocol compliance is monitored in the international GCP. Whereas in Indian GCP, the sponsor should also establish a detailed SOP, which is signed by the investigator. So in case of SOPs, ICS GCP is asking SOP only from the researcher, whereas in Indian GCP, an additional validation is taken by the sponsor. It is very good for the researchers because it is holding the sponsor also accountable for the research. Data analysis is very interesting again. Data analysis summary to the Institutional Ethics Committee has to be submitted to the ICH, whereas not only summary, but full data, that is case report forms, clinical forms, results, and sponsoring, ethical committee, whatever data you have pertaining to the research, Indian GCP wants everything to be transparent. Drug labeling. Drug labeling in ICH is according to the global standard practice, whereas in Indian GCP, it includes investigator name, contact, institution, and I think I've left one thing. It also includes the sponsor's details under the drug labeling. Document retention, the International Council of Harmonization of GCP says that after the research is completed, you have to retain the documents at least 2 years after the post-marketing approval. Whereas, owing to the number of litigations, owing to the number of legal procedures, Indian GCP mandates the trial completion period and retention of documents at least up to 5 years post-trial completion. It is always good for the researcher to retain the documents even beyond that. ICH and Indian GCP have given a basic criteria that minimum period of retention because beyond that you are legally safe. However, for a researcher's point of view, if you retain your documents beyond that period also, it is always mandatory. It is always essential for you. Now, going to the summary of what is going on is Indian GCP, you should feel, oh, there is a lot of burden, there is a lot of headache. Why it is not as simple as International Council Harmonization GCP. But Indian GCP, if you see, it increases administrative burden, but it enhances local oversight. That means locally, if you are more scrutinized, if you are adhering to the guidelines of Indian GCP, then you are automatically adhering to the guidelines of International Council of Harmonization of GCP. Practical challenges for good clinical practices is complex Indian GCP requirements. Now, these might demotivate the researchers also. They will feel that international researchers who are registering under ICH GCP have got an upper edge rather than our Indian GCP. We don't know why our system is so complex and all. No, it is for your safety only. Then limited awareness of CTRI among new researchers. This is a very catch point. Like it depends on the mentors of the new budding researchers. If they are aware of the CTRI regulations and its importance, they will definitely make their peers and their counterparts aware of these mandatory guidelines. Solutions to these challenges, how to overcome these challenges is like training programs on CTR and GCP complex. In this, I would really like to thank Professor Shafi sir, IIMSR and Elite Academy for holding this workshop because this is also one of the modality of overcoming this challenge and simplified e-tutorials for translation. I think CTRI has already done that. You can find that at ICTRP website also. Career opportunities in clinical research, my young budding researchers, don't worry. Complex Indian GCP requirements complicate global trials? No, it is not like that. See, what exactly happens is for students, if you are trained under complex Indian GCP requirements, then your global requirements become easy. And limited awareness of CTRI among new researchers is also important, because see, when you are aware and when you are sharing your knowledge with other researchers, and now whatever you have learned from this session or this workshop, if you share with the participants who have not registered for this workshop, like importance of CTRI, you tell, oh, there is an e-tutorial, let us watch it together. How important is CTRI registration? We can also do some clinical trials. Okay, what is good clinical practices, etc., etc. So it increases awareness. You do not have to be dependent on a workshop like this for making the other participants. You can spread your knowledge, learning from this workshop, and giving it to the other colleagues and friends who are not present in this. Resources, I think you have already underwent a CPRA e-tutorial, ICMR training programs, and this workshop is also one of the career opportunity of researchers in clinical research. So, in conclusion, what I would like to comprehend by this session is CTRI, as you all know, ensures transparent and ethical clinical trials. It is not only to increase your burden with a lot of administrative input, but to make you safe. See, you are doing some good thing for the society. So it is a mandate of the Clinical Trial Registry of India to make the researcher safe, covered under the umbrella. Indian GCP aligns with the International Council of Harmonization GCP, but has a stricter local rules. It is always better to have a stricter local scrutiny so that you are not only locally relevant, but you are globally competent, as our IMG says. Compliance is critical for credible research as well as patient safety. That is very, very essential. Call to action is I urge by this platform all our budding researchers, please, please, please mandatory register your trials with the CTRI, adhere to the GCP, explore clinical research careers. It is a beautiful avenue. Don't think what research can we do. Majority of the research has been done. No, maybe we have explored only a miniature of what exists in the Pandora's box. I request all my budding researchers, senior or junior, UGs or professors, to kindly go involve and motivate and inspire all of us for research. That is all I have to say with this session. I would again like to thank from the bottom of my heart to Professor Dr. Shafi sir, the organizing committee, IIMSR Jalna, and Elite Academy for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. That's from my side.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, all the aspects and how to register a clinical trial on CTRI, you have covered in a very brief time. But still, I believe that each and every one of us has now understood how to proceed for the registry in CTRI. We have one question from Dr. Mukund Patil sir in the chat box. Do we need any permission for small grade studies? That is what Dr. Mukund Patil sir want to ask you.
Of course, of course, of course. Yes, sir. We definitely need to have permissions. As I said, I would reiterate my sentence. Even if you are doing a basic research, for instance, shall I say, I'm not going into the depth of the clinical research. I will say basic research that why dustbin should be kept at the corner of your room. This is a very basic research. Why it should not be scattered everywhere. For any simple research, anything which gives a maximized output as far as human health is concerned, you need to have research. See, sir, you will have a lot of inputs about what all clinical trials I can do, what all drugs there be there. In the mind of the researcher, the magnitude of output might not be measurable before conducting the research. But who knows, your research will be a path-breaking research. And then you are liable for all the legal issues. So it is always better all these regulations are framed for the legality so that no other researcher is demotivated because of legal processes. And as far as human ethics is concerned, it is always better. No research is minimum or no research is small research, sir. Every research has the potential to change the world. That is my response.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. I would like to invite Dr. Shafi sir to kindly felicitate our speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Wasim, for very nice talk. I think clinical trial registry and city rules 2019 is one of the very important aspect of good clinical practices. And most of the time, people are not aware about the how to conduct clinical trial, where to register, how to monitor, from where to take the permissions. So you have very clearly clarified everything. I hope that this will be useful for our participants and they will take note of it and they will follow all the guidelines which are mentioned by you and by the Indian Medical Council, Indian Council of Medical Research. So I thank you very much for your very nice talk. Inshallah, in next webinars and seminars, we will invite you again as a speaker. I know you are one of the dynamic upcoming community medicine leader who is coming up. So thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. It will be a privilege, sir. And I'm really blessed to be here among stalwarts. Who knows? We are looking at the participants who are potential health leaders in the country and Nobel Prize winners in the future. So I'm really blessed. I would also welcome Dr. Harshal Pandwe, sir. Sir, I have been collaborating with sir since a long time. Sir, great to see you. And thank you, Shafi, sir. And thank you, Dr. Zubair, for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Pandwa is next speaker.
Yeah.
So, as already mentioned, I would take a chance to invite not just a speaker, an international faculty, as I see from his CV, and sir is being our speaker for the second time. Sir has already taken a talk. So, I would like to give a brief introduction to our delegates so that you get the grip of the situation, that who is the person who is talking to you. So I would like to uh, so Dr. Harshal Pandey sir, he is presently professor and head of community medicine at PCMS Postgraduate Medical Institute and Yashwantrao Chavan Memorial Hospital, that is in Pimpri, Pune. He has has completed advanced training with for National Institute of Health from United States, advanced training in health research and methodology. Sir has academic members of Athens Institute of Education and Research from Greece. Sir is expert working group member of Indian Network for Tropical Diseases, AIMS Kochi. Sir has external expert member for National AIDS Research Institute, NIV. Sir is a member of Board of Studies and member of research for reputed universities. Sir is examiner for MBBS, MD, and many other postgraduate courses that are run in India. Sir is a resource person, faculty, panelist, and quiz master for conferences, CMEs, workshops, and training. There are many honors that are there, but I could only mention these one out of whatever I have been provided. There is a secretary, Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine from Maharashtra state. Right now, currently in 2024 and 27, Sir was joint secretary of Indian Public Health Association for Maharashtra state in 2021 till 24. He is executive member of Indian Association of Occupational Health Pune branch from 2021, and still in till 2026 he is the executive member. Editorial board member, reviewer of Scopus, Embase, PubMed Index Journal. Sir is included in Maracas, who by WHO in World Directory, USA, as distinguished medical researcher. Sir is the Academic and Research Guide Award for Excellence in Research in 2022, Incredible Academician Award in 2023. Sir has got 173 publications in reputed journal in his name. Sir, I would like to invite you for your talk. I stop sharing my screen. You can start sharing your screen.
Uh, Good morning, everyone. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, and my presentation is also visible now.
No, sir, your presentation is not visible.
shared from my side. And just see.
Sir, your desktop list is visible, but your presentation is not visible.
Now,
Now it is visible, sir.
right.
Yes. Yes,
So
sir. Perfect.
once again, very good morning to all the participants and the organizing team of this national webinar. At the outset, once again, I thank Dr. Shafi sir for giving me this opportunity to present my work in this national webinar. And I really amazed that Shafi sir always finds out a gem of the people from the field of research. And for example, Dr. Wasim is really a budding leader in our subject right now. And very happy to uh, see his presentation and get educated for certain newer advances also. So, with this, I would like to start my presentation. Uh, it is on research misconduct and publication ethics. I think this is one of the most important area related to research and publication where we need to focus more because though we are talking about this since long, but the research misconducts are increasing day by day, and the publication ethics are violated every day. I find because there are many reasons for that. We'll discuss in the presentation. My learning objectives for this session will be at the end of the session, the participant will able to understand what is research misconduct and to recognize and understand various ethical issues related to publication. So I will be keeping it very simple. So first basic question is why we need to publish our research findings, because it allows us to communicate research findings to the global community, the scientific fraternity. It identifies research gaps, potential areas for future research as well. It also promotes academic and career progression. So these are very basic uh, reasons why we need to publish our research, and we need to conduct our research as well. If we don't conduct research or if we don't publish our research findings, we may not get the research gaps or potential newer areas for future research. Next is what is misconduct and how it is related to research as well. Misconduct may not be an intentional action, rather an act of poor management, but the effects may be very much the same as that caused by fraud. So it may be unintentional, but the results of the same may affect the future research. On the other side, fraud is an intentional deception made for personal gains. So there is a thin line between misconduct and fraud. People may not be aware about certain actions which may be amount as a research misconduct. That is why, due to unawareness, they may land up in misconduct. But fraud is definitely an act of intentional deception. The certain researcher wants to present the research findings which are actually fabricated or falsified or plagiarized. So there is a thin line between misconduct and fraud. So what is the definition of research misconduct? In research, we call it as fabrication, falsification, plagiarism, or deception in proposing, carrying out, or reporting results of research, or deliberate dangerous or negligent deviations from accepted practices in carrying out research. So very clear and a very what you say comprehensive definition is given of research misconduct. Now, very basic thing is that why research misconduct happens or the ethics are violated. Now, we all know who are in the field of academics or medical education, there is a concept called as publish or perish. For promotions in the ladder of academia, from assistant professor to associate, from associate to professor, we need to have certain number of publications. Otherwise, we are not promoted to higher positions and we can get perished over that time. So this is a compulsion. By compulsion, especially in the field of medical education, we need to publish or we need to perish.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Actually, you are not audible. You will be very kind if you use a headphone or some position in. There are some positions in where you are audible. When you come near to your.
Now I'm audible.
Yes, sir. A little bit
Hello.
now. Yes, sir.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, sir. Now, sir. Yes. Sir.
Okay. Okay. Right. Right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
My screen is visible to you.
Yes, sir. Screen is visible. Just audio problem is there, sir. As you change your position, your sound goes a bit
Yes. Yes.
down.
I'll maintain this position for
Thank
better.
you, sir. Thank
Yes.
you, sir.
The next important thing is greed. Even if we have the number of publications on our name, for the sake of fame, for the sake of money, we tend to do the misconduct, or we tend to violate the ethics related to research. So these are the basic reasons why the misconduct is happening or the ethics are violated. Publish or perish culture and greed for fame, name, and money. Now, where the publication ethics can be violated, these are certain areas where we need to be very careful that we do not violate any research ethics or publication ethics. And it starts right from the ethical review, ethics committee approval. Then, second component of publication ethics is fabrication, then falsification, plagiarism, the issues related to authorship, issues related to ethics related in submission of your research as well as review of your research at the journal level, and the conflict of interest. Coming to the first component, that is ethics violated at the level of ethics review committee and breach of confidentiality. We know, as per the guidelines, we need to take approval for every study, whether it is human study or animal study. We need to take approval from either human ethics committee or animal ethics committee. So if we don't take proper approval from the ethics committees, it is a violation of ethics. Second most important is informed consent or assent. It is must when you are conducting research with human participant. So whether you are doing it properly or not, first of all, you are taking informed consent or not. Okay, if you are taking informed consent, whether it is properly taken or not, whether your research objectives and research protocol is discussed with the study participants or not, whether they understood it or not, any queries given by them are solved or not. Everything comes under this particular arena. Assent, as you know, when the person is not able to give informed consent in case of children, in case of mentally retarded person, we need to take assent from the parents or the guardian. So whether that is properly taken or not, if not taken, it is a violation of ethics. Just now, Dr. Wasim has emphasized on registration of your clinical trials with the CTRI, that is Clinical Trial Registry of India. It is very important to register your trials with CTRI. Without that, if you are doing any trial, this is a total violation and a misconduct. Next important part is data confidentiality. Without institutional permission, you cannot share your data with someone for analysis who is working in a different institution, or even person who is not involved in your study protocol. If you share your data, there is breach of confidentiality, and this is also an important ethical violation. Now, this is very important, and we correlate any misconduct or fraud with either fabrication, falsification, or plagiarism. So, what is fabrication actually? It is making up of data or results and recording and reporting them in the research paper. So, actually, nothing has been done. Just certain data is cooked up, that is analyzed, and that is published or presented in any conference. That is called as fabrication of data. A researcher might create records of interview or subject visits that never occurred. So it is a very serious research misconduct, and one should always avoid this kind of behavior. Next important is falsification. Okay, manipulating research material, equipment, or processes, or changing or vomiting data or results such that the research is not accurately represented in the research record. Okay, the research has been conducted, but the research findings are manipulated. Intentionally, they are manipulated so that they align with your objectives. You want to get certain results, significant results from that particular research project. So the certain values are changed, certain values are omitted from your results, and then analyzed and presented or published. This is called as falsification. Data are falsified to align with or with closely with the researcher's predicted results. Now, you must know the basic differences between the data fabrication and data falsification. Okay. By definition, data fabrication is creating fake data or results that were never obtained. In data falsification, altering existing data or results to misrepresent the findings. Nature, it is making up data, and in data falsification, it is changing or vomiting the data. Impact on trust. In data fabrication, it is severely damage trust in the scientific community. In falsification, it erodes the trust due to distorted findings. So both are similar. Effect on future research. In fabrication leads to flawed subsequent research and wasting of resources. In falsification, mislead future research, causing potential inaccuracies in the future research. What about validity and reliability? In fabrication, it compromises validity as data is entirely false. In falsification, it compromises reliability of the data as it is manipulated. What are the academic consequences for the author? In fabrication, it is taken as a gross or major misconduct, leads to retraction of the papers from the journals, loss of professional credibility. Those authors are blacklisted from the journals. Those authors also may be blacklisted for by their institutions or may be terminated from their institutions. In falsification, again, there is retraction of the paper and it has severe academic repercussions, like in case of fabrication, like termination or so. What are the policy implications? Misguided policies are formed based on fabricated research. Also in falsification, potentially harmful decisions based on distorted findings. What are the preventive measures? Increase focus on research integrity and training. Implementation of stringent data management protocols. So what is we are doing today, that attending this webinar is one of the preventive measures to avoid data fabrication or data falsification. For example, a final year postgraduate student came to me requesting to analyze his thesis data. He also asked me if I could make some significant results, though they weren't initially so. So what is this? It is fabrication or falsification. You can write in the chat box. So it implies as falsification because he wants me to do certain analysis which will make the result significant. So it is falsification. Actually, data is given, data is generated by the research, but they want significant results, which is falsification of the data. Now, on further inquiry, I curiously asked the students how he has collected the data. To my surprise, he revealed that the data was taken from his senior's thesis. So this is actually fabrication. He has not done any kind of study. He has not collected any data. He has just taken the data from your senior's thesis and put that data as his own data. So this is an example of fabrication of the data. Now it is clear, falsification and fabrication. Now this is most important, I feel, plagiarism. All of you must be aware about this terminology, plagiarism. It is appropriation of another person's ideas, processes, results, or words without giving appropriate credit to that original author of the publication or research project. Shown at as it's your own idea, your own results, or your own words. So it is basically a form of piracy or a theft. And it is happening very frequently. Whenever we get research papers for review from the journals, before that, only the editors make the plagiarism check. And then they send this manuscript to the reviewers or the editorial board members for further review. Even though we need to further check for plagiarism in our reviews as well, because it is so common nowadays that due to this internet culture or now chat GPT has come, AI has come, it has become so easy to take up somebody's idea, somebody's word very easily and put those words as our own. Now, how this terminology came, plagiarism? In Latin, word plagiarius, which means kidnapper, who abducts the child, from where this word plagiarism has evolved. So, a very serious crime, that is kidnapping, the word is derived from that. Oxford English Dictionary in 1621, it is given that plagiarism is an act of forgery, piracy, and fraud, and is stated to be a serious crime of academia. It is also a violation of copyright laws. So this is what is plagiarism, very serious offense in the research. Use of previously published manuscript by someone for his or her manuscript, or unreferenced use of others published and unpublished ideas without consent, credit, or acknowledgement. Most common form of plagiarism is copying, pasting word for word. Copy paste. Just copy from the internet and pasting it in your manuscript. Now there are different types of plagiarism. Verbatim plagiarism, when one submits someone else's words or verbatim in his or her own name without even acknowledging him publicly. What is mosaic plagiarism? Copy pasting in patchy manner, not continuous manner, but in a patchy manner, but it is again a copy paste of other words. Paraphrasing, restatement in your own words or someone else's ideas. Okay, if you say that I am stating it in my own words, how it is plagiarism? But yes, it is plagiarism if you do not give credit for that particular restatement, the original author of that idea, it is taken as plagiarism. So always rephrase the words, don't copy paste, and give proper citation or reference of the original authors of that paper. Now, something called as self plagiarism, publication of one's own data that have already been published. Okay, so it is published in some other journal, and you are again same idea or some same concept you are publishing in some other journal, even though it is your own idea, without giving proper information about your publication on the same topic you are publishing it. It is called as self plagiarism. Duplicate publication, when an author submits identical or almost identical manuscript to two different journals and both get published. This is called as duplicate publication. Okay, sometimes author feel that I will send this particular manuscript to 3-4 journals simultaneously. Whoever journals first accepts it, then I will withdraw from other journals. So that is a very wrong practice. You are wasting time of other journals, editors and reviewers, and their efforts which are giving you constructive reviews. So don't always send your manuscript to one journal only at a time. If that journal rejects that particular paper with the some constructive review, you can definitely use those reviews to improve your manuscript and submit to other journal. That is really appreciated, but don't submit it at different places and publish at more journal the same identical manuscripts. What is augmented publication? If the author adds additional data to his or her previously published work and changes titles, modifies aims of the study, and recalculates the results. That is called as augmented publication, and it is also a form of research misconduct. Segmented or salami slides publication. In this case, two or more papers derived from the same experimental or observational study. So you have 4 or 5 objectives of your original research. You divide one objective for one publication, like you publish 4 papers based on the same research project, that is called as segmented or salami slide publication. Again, it is taken up as a research misconduct. You should always put forth all your findings of the same research project in single research paper. Test recycling. If the author uses large portion of his or her own already published text in his new manuscript, it is called as text recycling, and it is also a research misconduct. Cyber plagiarism, very common. Copying or downloading in part or entirely the articles or the research papers and the ideas from the internet. It is called as cyber plagiarism. There is something called as image plagiarism also. Using image or video without receiving proper permission or providing appropriate citation is plagiarism. Okay, people take up certain images available on the internet, make very minute changes to those, and publish these images as their own, and it is a very serious research misconduct. How to avoid plagiarism? First of all, avoid copy paste. First, you need to read that particular publication, research article in details. Whatever parts of that publication you feel relevant manuscript, please rewrite in your own language, rephrase, and put it into your manuscript with giving proper citation to the original authors of the paper. Okay. Avoid writing several articles of the same type. Okay. Otherwise, you may tend to copy paste from your own previous research, that is self plagiarism. Always use anti plagiarism software tools which are available online, as well as which are also available on your university websites. And there are certain agencies which I will also share who can do a plagiarism check without any money, and they will give you proper report of your manuscript for plagiarism. Okay, so before submitting to the journal, you should do a plagiarism check of your manuscript, so that you do not submit article which is plagiarized. Again, the editorial review the plagiarism check, and if they get the plagiarism, they will write back to you, and it will be a very what you say discouraging for you. So better do it before submitting the manuscript to the journal. Now, this is also very important. Plagiarism authorship. At our places, we see that the people who do not have any contribution to the manuscript, preparation of the manuscript, or in the research project conducted, they also get their names in the list of authors. And this is also a very important research misconduct. Okay, people who do not contribute with anything for the manuscript, how they can get in the author list? Okay, you can definitely acknowledge these people in the acknowledgement part of your research paper, but authorship is something very important. But it is happening. ओके, मैं तेरी खुजाता हूँ, मैं तू मेरी खुजा, इस टाइप ऑफ culture is there because we want to increase our number of publications. We need publications for promotions, for our career advancement. So it is a human habit that हम हमारे फ्रेंड को बोल देते हैं, यार मैं तेरा नाम मेरे मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट में डाल देता हूँ, तू मेरा नाम अपने मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट में डाल देना, and then we will both have a good number of publications. But it is actually a violation of ethics. Okay, because authorship confirms, credits, implies responsibility and accountability of the published work. Each author should be clear about their responsibility. It is mandatory to declare contribution of each author. If you submit your manuscript to a very reputed journal, at the initial only they will ask author 1, what is his contribution? Author 2, what is his contribution? Same like last author, what is the contribution of the last? Okay. Decide on authorship while writing protocol. The person who conceives the idea of the research, who actually collects the data, analyzes the data, reviews the data, makes the final manuscript. These are the people who can be the author depending on their contribution in the preparation of the manuscript. And this International Committee of Medical Journal Editors recommended that authorship be based on the 4 criteria, like substantial contribution to the conception or the design of the work, or the acquisition, analysis, or interpretation of the data for the work, and drafting the work or revising it critically for important intellectual content, and final approval of the version to be published, and agreement to the accountability for all aspects of the work in ensuring that questions related to the accuracy or integrity of any part of work are appropriately investigated and resolved. So just putting your name in the author list is not enough. You have to take the ownership of the manuscript also. Many of the times, if something happens to that manuscript, certain questions are raised on that manuscript, only the corresponding author usually held responsible. Other authors say that we do not have to do anything with the manuscript. Our name was just included. So you can't run away if something wrong happens. Take ownership of that manuscript. And if you have definitely contributed something, your name should be there. If it is not placed in the author list, that is your right, and you can justify that with putting forth all these criteria given by the committee. So not putting author's name who has contributed extensively in that manuscript, it is also a misconduct. Now, ethics related to submission to the journals. Okay. So simultaneous submitting the same manuscript simultaneously at different journals is a misconduct. I have already mentioned about duplicate publication, that is submitting a new manuscript with same hypothesis, methodology, data, discussion, and conclusions. Self-citation, citing own publication out of the context is also a misconduct. Submitting your articles to predatory journals. Okay, which journals who hardly peer review any manuscript, in 24 hours they publish your research papers in the journals. These kind of predatory journals should be avoided. Okay, because there is no scientific rigor in the review process, and many misleading papers are published in these predatory journals. This is a very big concept in current research arena, and there is a list of predatory journals given by UGC, and the BL's list of predatory journal is also available on the internet. You can go through this list and avoid these journals. Okay, because the journal also put on their website that they are indexed with PubMed, they are indexed with Embase, Scopus, but actually they are not. Okay, even if they mention like that, you can always check on the website of PubMed Central or Scopus whether that journal is indexed with them or not. Okay. Now, ethics related to review process. Okay. Whenever you publish, whenever you submit a manuscript to a journal, it goes through different reviews. First of all, it will go to the editor of the journal. He will do the editorial review whether manuscript is appropriate for the journal or not. It is as per the guidelines of the journal or not. Okay. If it is appropriate, then the same manuscript will be sent to three reviewers who are blinded. Okay, they don't know from which place this manuscript is coming, who is the author. Okay, that is the basic thing. If I know the authors, if he is my friend, if Wasim is sending the manuscript, I will definitely try to give a good review. If somebody who is not my friend, who is a competitor to me, and I know that this manuscript is from him, I may tend to give a very strict review and may try to reject the article as well. So, as a reviewer, also we need to have certain publication ethics. Okay, ethical conduct is crucial in review processes to maintain research integrity and fairness. This includes maintaining confidentiality about the research manuscript and avoiding personal attacks as well as personal favoritism. If the manuscript is lacking in something, give very constructive feedback, avoid bias, and ensure timely completion of the reviews. That is the ethics which has to be followed by a journal editor and the journal reviewer. It has happened many times that a very unique idea uh, the manuscript is has given in the mention in the manuscript. The reviewer tried to reject that manuscript and take up that idea for his own research in that field and publishes that. So that is also a very uh, gross research misconduct and it should be avoided. Now, I think conflict of interest is a very vast and large terminology. And I think special session is also there. But I will just touch upon this topic. Financial, personal, social, or any other interests that directly or indirectly influence the conduct of the author with respect to manuscript. Okay, so it is always better that we should always disclose our conflict of interest to the journal. If we do not disclose our conflict of interest, then it amounts to research. For example, a PG student or researcher conducting a drug trial which is funded by a pharmaceutical company. Okay, disclose any such a conflict during your submission. It is mandatory. If you avoid to disclose, it is called as misconduct. Readers can determine the influence of such a conflict of interest on the conclusion. Okay, if you disclose your conflict of interest, readers read that, then they will decide upon whether they should take it this research valid or not. Usually, if you disclose your conflict of interest, it is a very good sign and you are doing actually a very good ethical practice. Now, what are the consequences of research misconduct? The Committee on Publication Ethics described consequences as per depending on the type of misconduct, whether it is major or minor. Total fabrication of the paper, it is a very major misconduct, may lead to journal retraction, blacklisting of the author, blacklisting of the institution as well. Okay. Even institute come to know that certain researcher is doing malpractice, doing the misconduct, they can terminate or they can have their own institutional policy for certain issues. Now, certain famous examples of misconduct. Okay, Andrew Wakefield's MMR vaccine fraud. In 1998, Wakefield falsely linked the MMR, that is measles, mumps, rubella vaccine to the autism in now retracted Lancet paper. Okay, investigation showed that he had manipulated patient data, failed to disclose financial conflict of the interest, and conducted unethical research. And then they have retracted his paper. Even one book, that is The Doctor Who Fooled the World, was also published on Andrew Wakefield. Yoshitaka Fuzu, a Japanese anesthesiologist, holds the record for most scientific paper retractions. More than 180 papers published by him are retracted. Investigation on his research found that a large portion of his research on antiemetic in anesthesia was fabricated or falsified. Dr. Bharat Agarwal, a cancer researcher from MD Anderson Cancer Center, was found guilty of image manipulation and data falsification in multiple studies on curcumin, a compound in the turmeric, and its effect on cancer. Many of his studies, which had influenced cancer treatment discussions, were later retracted due to data manipulation. Scott Rubin, also an anesthesiologist, published numerous studies on pain management, particularly regarding use of COX-2 inhibitors for post-operative pain relief. Investigation revealed that he had fabricated data in at least 21 of his research paper, making up entire patient records. This is very famous example of Hong Uk-suk, a South Korean scientist claimed to have successfully cloned human embryonic stem cell. His research was published in Science, a very reputed journal, and received global attention. However, it was later revealed that he had fabricated data and manipulated images. He is also called as king of clones that time, but later his fraudulent work was retracted and he lost his credibility. Dr. Anil Potty, a cancer researcher at Duke University, falsely claimed to have developed genetic method to predict cancer treatment responses. His research was published in prestigious journals, but an investigation found that he had fabricated or falsified the data. His fraudulent work led to retraction of multiple papers and the termination of clinical trials based on his false findings. Last example, Dr. Paolo Macchiarini, an internationally renowned surgeon, was once considered a pioneer in regenerative medicine for developing artificial windpipes using stem cells. However, investigation revealed that he had manipulated patient data and misrepresented the success of these procedures, leading to multiple patient deaths. His misconduct resulted in legal actions, retraction of his research papers, and major ethical scandals. So these are certain famous examples of research misconduct. Now, certain hypothetical case scenarios, I just want to know how much you have understood. A researcher submits a manuscript for publication that includes substantial portion of text copied verbatim from previously published works without proper citation. So, which research principle is violated here? It is academic integrity and plagiarism. A researcher invents data for a clinical trial, reporting positive outcomes that did not occur. So this is example of what? It is violation of research integrity and honesty, and fabrication of the research data. This fraudulent practice not only compromises the validity of the study, but also violates the fundamental principles of honesty, integrity, and trust in the scientific research. A PG student, under the pressure to complete their thesis, copies significant portion of the text from previously published work without proper citation. The student submits the thesis for evaluation without acknowledging the original author, presenting the work as their own. What is it called as? It is violation of academic integrity, and it is an example of plagiarism. A researcher fabricates patient data in a clinical trial to meet the desired outcome outlined in the research protocol. The fabricated data is then included in the final study report submitted for publication, misleading both the scientific community and the potential patient. So this is also example of fabrication of the data, violation of research integrity, honesty, and responsible research conduct. Researcher divides the results of the single study into multiple smaller papers to increase the number of publication attained. It is called as duplicate publication, or it is violation of responsible research conduct, and avoidance of duplicate publication must be there. Or augmented publication. Salami slicing also. A researcher submits identical manuscript on the same study to two different journals, leading to the simultaneous publication of the same research in both journals without cross-referencing. Again, example of duplicate publication. The researcher who has financial ties to pharmaceutical company responsible for analyzing data from a clinical trial sponsored by the company. Research principle violated is transparency, independence, and conflict of interest, which is not disclosed by the researcher. Senior researcher adds senior colleague's name as an author on a paper, even though senior colleague did not substantially contribute to the research. This is called as violation of authorship and contributorship, or also called as gift authorship. A pharmaceutical company hires a medical writing agency to draft a research manuscript for a clinical trial. The agency prepares the manuscript without disclosing its involvement, and the company's name is the sole author, masking the contributions of the actual writers. So this is called as ghost authorship. Okay. The person who is not anywhere involved, even the name is not published in the research paper, they are just writing for the funding this pharmaceutical company. This is called as ghost writing. Research team facing challenges in obtaining informed consent from the participants decides to fabricate signed consent forms. The fabricated forms are then submitted to the institutional review board and included in the study records. This is also a big misconduct. Okay. The principle violated informed consent form, research integrity, and responsible research conduct are violated. It is called as fabrication of patient consent forms. You submit and grant application not aware that the data or the text included by the author were falsified or plagiarized. Are you liable for research misconduct, even if you are not aware of that as a PI? The answer is yes. As a PI or a corresponding author, you are liable for a research misconduct even if you are completely unaware of the falsification or plagiarism as per the guidelines. So with this, I come to the end of this topic on research publication ethics. My references, the BCBR course material, which is available online. Okay, online webinar conducted, which I had attended by NIH grants. Talk on plagiarism, fabrication or falsification by Dr. Sanjay Pai. On online national workshop on publication ethics and scientific writing. And the case scenarios I have prepared myself for better understanding of this topic. I'm very, very grateful to Dr. Mohammad Shafi sir, Elite Academy, and Indian Institute of Medical Science and Education and Research, Jalna Badnapur, for giving me this opportunity. I'm really grateful to you. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Jubair.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Indeed, all the concepts of plagiarism and how to publish the article. I hope delegates must have understood the seniority, the seriousness of the condition and various things that unknowingly happen and eventually lead to some legal actions that are taken by the people. I request Dr. Mohammad Shafi sir to kindly present the memento to the sir. Sir, definitely this memento will reach you soon. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashal Pandey, sir. You have given a very detailed and excellent talk on research misconduct and publication ethics. I know that since Medical Council of India or National Medical Commission has made it compulsory for the publication, for the faculties, for the promotions, we have started seeing all these kinds of malpractices. 2023, I attended one medical education technology conference at Hyderabad, Bhaskar Medical College, where one faculty from Sevagram Medical College, she has said that this policy has led to the production of 8,000 journals in India.
Yes.
People were behind for the publications. So we got 8,000 new journals, and we can understand when we are planning the research only for promotion purpose, what is the quality of the research and what is the quality of the journals. So you have very nicely explained. I'm very thankful you have yourself volunteered for the presentation for this webinar when I declared that we are going to organize webinar on ethics and good clinical practices. You yourself came forward and told that yes, I am ready to take this topic. So I'm very thankful for your excellent talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Now I would like to proceed to our another speaker.
Shall we take the attendance?
Yes, sir. First we will take that attendance. Sorry. I request all the delegates to kindly keep their cameras on for the attendance. Okay, so thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. Shilpa Badigite Madam. She is an engineer, BE, MTech, and PhD in IT. Engineer in all the doctors, and yet leading us the path is one of the achievement that I would like to mention for the madam. Madam is professor at AIML Department, Symbiosis Institute of Technology, Pune. She is a research faculty at Symbiosis Center for Applied AI. She is, research faculty at Symbiosis International Deemed University, Pune, that is in Maharashtra, India. The research areas in which Madam is interested is artificial intelligence, deep learning, computer vision, medical imaging, ADAS, and explainable AI. Total papers that Madam has is around 200, in which 128 are Scopus Web of Science 72. Our highest impact factor is 18.6. The PhD students that were under Madam is 40, sorry, 4 who has passed out, 8 are ongoing, one in Sydney International University, and 28 PG students are there under a madam. Around 50 is the number, 50 plus is the number to whom madam is guiding in their life. She has a guest journal editorialship for AI driven engineering applications, mathematical biosciences and engineering, and AI and advanced data analytics in medical engineering technology, science press, computer model in engineering and sciences. Okay, she has published the book on computer vision, application of visual AI, and image processing. I welcome Madam to Elite CME Academy and this national webinar. I stop sharing my screen. I request Madam to kindly share her screen, keep her camera on, and audio on.
Yeah, yeah. Sir, am I audible and visible?
Yes, Madam.
Okay, thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you, Shafi sir and Elite Education Academy for this opportunity. I would like to also thank to my Symbiosis colleague, Dr. Tripti Borulkar, who has shared her insights in the same webinar yesterday. So, with this note, I would like to start with my presentation today. Sir, please let me know whether my screen is visible.
Yes, Madam, it is visible.
Just trying to share it as full view. Yeah, I think it is fine now.
Yes, Madam.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank
So,
you.
as sir has introduced me, I'm working as professor at Symbiosis Institute of Technology, Pune, and I'm an engineer by profession. And first of all, I'm a teacher and teaching ignited minds of engineers nowadays. So, I teach to all levels, right from BTech, then MTech, and also to PhD students, this AIML subject. And I'm also part of Symbiosis Center for Applied AI Sky, where our focus is primarily make use of AI and apply it in different domains. And most of you must be aware that Symbiosis has opened a medical hospital 3 4 years back at the same campus, Lowle campus, Pune, and we have a very good collaboration with them so that we will be getting medical data from their team, and we being AI users will be applying different AI related algorithms on it. So that way our collaboration is working very fine. And my primary domain, if you just check my Google Scholar, you will see that my primarily research is based on medical imaging. So today my topic is AI in healthcare, ethical challenges and solutions. So we all know this AI word is picking up a lot, and we all are trying to use it in our day-to-day life. So it is all about inculcating all these natural capabilities that we have as an intelligent species, like problem-solving ability, like knowledge management ability, retrieval from the data, and also reasoning why that particular thing has happened. So that kind of reasoning ability also, along with the interaction, the way we comfortably know each other by looking at the other person's expressions, we can very well interact with the human being. So similar kind of interaction abilities also we try to incorporate in the machines with the help of AI. So AI is basically the science of getting machines to think and make machines make decisions like we normally do as a human being. So it is basically the intelligent capabilities that we have seen in earlier slide. We are trying to imbibe in the machines so that machine will be mimicking like human being, and at certain point of time they would be able to take the decisions the way we take based on certain criteria based on the data. So it is all about teaching computers how to learn like humans, how to take decisions like human beings. So it is all about making machines enable and efficient enough to take decisions without any human intervention. So basically, AI has three parts: weak AI, general AI, and strong AI. Weak AI has got a narrow range of abilities. So you can think like we are giving normal instructions to, let's say, our mobile phone, and particular thing gets executed. General AI, for example, our voice assistant. So if I just give the instructions like call mother, so in that case the phone will take the charge and will call my mother, right, based on the contacts which I have shared in my mobile phone. So it is weak ability, weak AI. So general ability is like now the machines are capable enough to take decisions on par with human beings. So whatever assistants that we are seeing nowadays, let's say robots who are operating in the operation theaters and assisting the doctors. So we can see them as general AI applications. And strong AI, we see that which is more capable and would be in next 5 to 10 years of time, they would be more capable than human beings and may take over the humans. So it is like AI evolution. Let's say in 1940s, the AI term came into picture. Then machine learning, then deep learning. In last 15 years, all these keywords have captured the market in technology. So here AI, machine learning or deep learning is basically the data with which we will be training our model, and then accordingly we can analyze or maybe classify or maybe we can predict. So AI evolution or AI is basically about the data that we will be making to train our models. So if we see here, AI is a bigger umbrella. Inside that, machine learning algorithms are used. And then in order to make use of, let's say, artificial neural networks, we will be making use of deep learning algorithms. So deep learning algorithms is basically subset of machine learning, where the data which is required is in enormous quantity, enormous volume. So here, in all these terms, data is very important. And you might have also heard generative AI, which is again subset of deep learning. For example, chat gpt and other stuff that we just keep on using it. Even school going children, they are now making use of chat gpt. So that is generic AI or generative AI, which is again further subset of deep learning. So likewise, in last 50 60 years, the AI market has increased exponentially, and of course everything we will be seeing in coming future will be AI driven. And as the topic or the discussion revolves around is AI in healthcare. So all these are the fields where AI can be used very effectively. Let's say taking treatment with the help of AI assistants, or maybe risk prediction of particular patient based on certain health parameters. Robotic surgery or robotic assisted surgery is very common nowadays. Digital health monitoring with the help of all the devices which the patient is using or the person is using. drug discovery, medical solutions. There are many analysis and predictive softwares. So all these are very broad range of applications where we see that AI is already there or still has great potential to evolve in coming years. So how exactly then we will be making use of AI in responsible way? So here is now we are making our way clearer towards our topic, and it is all about how we will be seeing AI as trustworthy, how we will be seeing AI's decisions as explainable, and in general, with the help of all the standards which are getting followed, all the compliances which we as medical practitioners or AI users will be using. So, how the system is compliant and following all the rules which are given by the medical authorities. And that way we will be seeing this as ethical AI practice. So in earlier session, Dr. Harshal has already given what all are ethical practices in terms of publishing our research work. But with respect to ethical AI standards, we will be discussing today like what all things we should be following, what problems which are currently being faced, and what kind of possible solutions we have in coming time. So it is all about how responsibly AI will be utilized by us as medical practitioners or as AI users. So, art, that is accountability, responsibility, and transparency. So, this is very common term which is used nowadays with reference to AI ethics. So, A stands for accountability, like what kind of things are accountable if particular thing goes well. So, who are the entities, who all the stakeholders to whom we should be giving credit, or by chance if particular things would be failed, then which all entities will be involved so that some legal actions will be taken. So it is all about accountability. Then responsibility, again it is in line with accountability. And transparency in terms of, let's say, if particular AI application has categorized particular image as cancerous one, so what all factors in that particular patient's data has led to that particular decision. So transparency is also expected here whenever we make use of AI assistive system. So it is all about art in AI whenever we discuss ethics. So these are some of the challenges in terms of data that we will be using. So first one is privacy and data protection. As I have already mentioned, data is very important. Any kind of AI or machine learning, rather deep learning applications would require a large amount of data. So the story of AI revolves around data only. Unless we have sufficient amount of data, clearer data, balanced data, we can't train our models. So, from where to get the data? So, of course, patients are the only entity. So, patient related data might be in any format. It might be like patients' blood reports data, it might be like the clinical notes which are given by the authorities, medical practitioners. It might be also the image data with which particular, let's say, x-ray data, MRI data, and all other image data with which we can carry out our AI research. So data modalities might be different. Data modalities as in it might be text data, it might be numerical data where we will be capturing some vitals in terms of, let's say, heart rate, let's say BMI, let's say other statistics of patients' data. The data might also be in the form of notes, where text data can be seen as one of the modality, and another prominent modality is image data. Video data, of course, we will be using it again in the form of image data. So all these different modalities will give the data which is essentially needed to train our AI models. So once we have the data available with us, then only we can train our model well, right? So just like in normal case, in order to teach our child like this is cat, this is dog, with the help of a book, so we will be showing some examples of cat images, some examples of dog images, and then only our child of, let's say, 2 3 years old would be learning like this is cat and this is dog. So similarly, our AI machine learning model would also need a good amount of data with different features, then only our model would be trained well, right? So once training is done, then testing needs to be incorporated. So in any machine learning or deep learning scenario, training and testing, both these things would be totally based on the data. So from where we will be capturing this data? So of course, with the help of patient. So, so these patients should be well informed before capturing their details, just like our earlier speaker has given the information related to consent of patient data. So there are some regulatory bodies by European Union, EU, and GDPR, that is General Data Protection Regulation, has been set up in different countries. So as of now, US and Canada, they are following these standards in order to capture the data, in order to protect the individual's right to maintain the privacy of their own data. So that is why, as of now, as per India, we are still lacking in terms of data sharing and privacy of our details, right? So every day we just keep on receiving calls from different, like if you want credit card or if you want to have flat, because our data is easily available to n number of these kind of authorities. So that is why, with respect to healthcare data, which is most critical, and as a patient, I don't want to reveal my body vitals to any other entities. So that is why in healthcare, to protect individuals' right for their own data, more specifically in healthcare domain, is very much vital. So clinical data, which is collected by robots, right? So every such kind of machine has the threat of their data being captured, their data being hacked. So that is why, even if the data is being captured by a human being and then it is getting digitalized, there are chances that particular data is being hacked. So that is why there are certain threats related to privacy and security of the data. And so it can be seen as one of the challenge, ethical challenge. In history, there are I mean, not in India, but in developed countries, where millions of patients' record were online available without their details, without I mean, without compromising their anonymity. So their details were available along with their name and all the body vitals. So that was the biggest security or data privacy breach which has happened earlier. So that is why, with respect to the norms which are given by GDPR, we are now very much aware about such kind of hurdles or problematic cases. So some social networks gather and store large amount of users' data. For example, individuals' mental health data without their consent. So that is why, even as users of such kind of websites, you should be aware. Rather, the person should be made aware first, and then only their details should be captured. And this kind of details should be then maybe utilized further for marketing, advertising, or maybe purely for research purpose. But we never know where and how our details will be captured and then handled for some other uses. The another challenge, ethical challenge, is medical consultation empathy, and also sympathy. We all know that even I'm in the teaching field, so we keep on hearing that in, let's say, in next 5 or 10 years of span, there would be teachers, AI teachers, and we human beings would not be required anymore. So similar kind of threats are there almost in every job sector, where nurse may also feel like I would not be required anymore, or data capturing authorities, they would also feel like once robots are there to capture the details, then we will be never be getting such kind of jobs in coming future. And even the clinicians, they may also feel that if robots are smart enough to do operations and also taking care of all critical aspects, then our jobs will be at risk. So all those things will be there, but we need to first understand that all these robotic assistants or AI support system will be there to assist us, but we will be never seeing them as a replacement of human beings, because as a human being we have sentiments, emotions, we also can give empathy and sympathy to the patient based on their requirement. But as of now, and even our human skin touch will also be giving some kind of assurance. So in any kind of scenario, so let's say in children's scenario, let's say in gynecologist scenario, in any kind of scenario where human aspects are involved, technology or AI driven system will never be replacing us. So same kind of assurance should be given to the staff in our hospital who are now seeing AI as a threat. So that is also one of the challenge, but slowly it would be uh, vanished. Another ethical challenge that we are seeing is related to data privacy and security. So, just like with my first pointer, like in terms of data which is captured on larger scale, because for AI or machine learning or deep learning based algorithm, we want to have a huge amount of data, and we should not be having any kind of risk wherein data is unauthorized and it is used, where patients, let's say, identity is at stake. So there are many more such kind of cases where data is leaked and it is used by third party. So there are some compliances like HIPAA compliances which are given by USA, and with which we are trying to protect the right of that particular patient in terms of any issues related to data privacy would arise. So AI algorithms can also be attacked. So just like in earlier case, I have given like if the robot is capturing all vitals of patient, of course with the consent, but later on the system is getting hijacked or the system is having some kind of attack. So in that case, there are chances like the confidentiality of the data is getting lost. So that is why we need to work. So of course there are solutions with respect to advanced secured algorithms where data privacy will not be compromised at any point. So data privacy, of course, it is a major concern wherein student would never like to disclose his lab results or genetics or different scans or any other kind of health related records which are available online to the third party. So, insufficient de identification, data sharing with vendors, and also cyber attacks all are considered as risks as of now. So, this is also one of the ethical challenge in terms of data sharing. Another challenge is with respect to algorithmic bias and fairness. So, ethical challenge and algorithm bias is related to the discriminatory outcomes. So, discriminatory outcomes, as in we have, let's say, some kind of data wherein in India we see that there is no such kind of skin tones which are different, but other countries may have, let's say, the population in terms of black and white. So in that case, in terms of training the AI model, if I just keep on training my model with only black color skin, and identifying particular group as most dangerous group in terms, or let's say in terms of having skin cancer related diseases. So in that case, skin cancer detection performing worse on dark skin. So if I'm training my AI model only on white color data and would be neglecting totally dark or whitish skin related details, so in that case my model has introduced bias itself, right? So that is why while training the model, just like I have already stated, we need to have a good amount of data, unbiased data. That means we need to have equal amount of samples, right? So maybe gender wise samples, maybe racial minority wise samples, maybe skin color wise samples. So we all need to take care of all these balances in the data itself, right? So this is called as algorithmic bias, right? So even if I'm just training my model whether the person has leukemia or not, and if I'm having sample, let's say out of 100 I'm having 90 samples with which uh, 90 samples with non-cancerous data and only 10 samples with cancerous data. That means algorithmic balance is not maintained. Rather, I should be having 50 samples of cancerous data and 50 samples of non-cancerous data. So that is how my model will learn all the dynamics from the data. Features will be captured with balance. So this is how algorithmic bias and fairness needs to be maintained, and it is still considered as a challenge in the data. So here with respect to the example, this is normal example of AI bias where we see that we are training our models in a such a way that if some person is doing cooking wala task, it should be identified as a woman, right? So here the agent is seen as women, but later on if I'm training my model where a person is shown in the kitchen, but still the AI model is categorizing it as a woman, not a man. So this is the kind of training falsification that I am introducing in the model itself. So this is in general context where woman is always shown in the kitchen. So that is why my model has trained that if anyone will work in the kitchen should be tagged as a woman, right? So same kind of biases we should be avoiding in the AI training. Next challenge is transparency and explainability. So we all know that if I mean, in more specifically deep learning context, the algorithms are considered as black boxes. Black boxes, as in I don't know which features have played important role, and because of which the particular chest X-ray has been classified as COVID positive or COVID negative. So I don't know if I'm making use of deep learning algorithms. So that is why it is called as black box approach. So as a clinician, I should be understanding because of which features my AI assistive model has classified that particular chest X-ray as COVID positive. So that is why we need to work upon the transparent and explainable models. So that is why currently this approach, of course, we have already started making use of explainable AI models. So we should be making use of explainable AI models so that our system becomes more trustworthy, more assistive. So both the stakeholders, let's say medical practitioners and also patient would be trusting that model more. Okay, so this is again one of the ethical challenge. Another important challenge is about its accountability and liability. So here if AI system is giving some kind of error, so if that error is introduced, if let's say robotic surgery is taking place in operation theater, but if some kind of let's say mishap happens, so who is going to be accountable? Who will be the responsible? The hospital all the doctors or the manufacturers of the robots or the patient who has given consent, right? So in these things, the accountability and liability issues, they would be there, they would be arising, because there are many more surgeries who are now using robots to assist the doctors in the operation theaters. Maybe we can consider in general scenario of autonomous cars, right? So if any kind of accident takes place by the car which is fully automatic, then whom to be blamed? The person, or the driver, or the owner, or the developer, or the manufacturers of the car, right? So in that case, we still need to have some legal guidelines and accountable persons, or moral accountable persons, or the AI engineers, or even the safety engineers who are in turn making use of those systems. So here it is still an ethical challenge. So, as we have already stated, we need to firstly brief the patient whom data is getting captured. So, we need to make the patient understand why we are capturing his details, what kind of role our AI will play, what kind of things which are possible with the help of data which will be shared by the patient, how it will be in turn beneficial for the humanity. So all such kind of things should be easily demonstrated to the user or to the patient. So then only he will be readily giving his information. So that is why consent forms are very much required, and the discussion already in lies with the ethical standards which we all need to follow being in the organization. So every hospital or every academics has their ethical sales with which the approval is taken, consent is taken from the patient. So all those systems should be in sync with each other. Then only as AI engineers we can come out for the diagnosis which is AI driven, and also develop an AI system which will be in turn useful for all medical practitioners. So that way we should be able to convince the patients, and they should be readily uh, agreeing to the consent form. So, challenges are like one more challenge with respect to impact on healthcare workforce. So, just like in earlier scenario, I have given our teachers, like teaching fraternity is also thinking like maybe after 5 or 10 years, most of the things would be automatic, or some of the lectures will be delivered by robots, right? So, in India also there are AI teachers and they're delivering their sessions very well at school. So there are higher chances like some of the workforce will be replaced, like even AI technicians, even data managers. Maybe at one point of time, the monitoring thing, which is now taken care by nurses, all those things will be AI driven or automatic. So there will be issues with respect to workforce, their their views on the AI. So there will be hurdles in terms of adaptation of AI into current medical setup, because the users will be seeing them as replacement after certain years. So that is why there has to have a transition in our mind first, and that way we should be retraining our current workforce and make them ready to adopt AI as an assistive thing, right? So that is where the fear should be lost from our mind, and that way they
Sorry,
will be
madam, to
ready
interrupt.
to adopt
Sorry,
AI driven technologies.
sorry, madam. Madam, I am unable to unmute you from my side. Please take care. Yes. Thank you,
Sorry,
madam. You can continue.
sorry, sir.
No issue, madam.
No, sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, madam. You can continue. There was some disturbance. We have
Oh,
solved.
acha, acha. I thought there is some time related thing. So,
No.
yes. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. So solutions, what kind of solutions? So far we have discussed there are many issues with reference to data privacy, the standard, the accountability, maybe the mindset, our mindset to adopt and go for AI driven system. But there are solutions also with respect to the challenges which we have discussed earlier. The solution we see in terms of protecting patient data. So, though the patient is readily available to share his details, all health related vitals, but as an AI engineer or by following all the rules given by the authorities, protecting patient right is first and foremost critical thing. So there are many good and advanced AI related algorithms with which data protection, security, and privacy related aspects are very well taken care. So strongly identification of the patient's data and also good mechanisms of encryption of the patient details, they are available. Federated learning is very good AI or machine learning related upcoming thing, wherein instead of storing all details at one place in one machine, the data will be decentralized all across with highest level of security standards. So federated learning is very much used in healthcare nowadays. So as AI practitioners, we always recommend healthcare industry to make use of federated learning to secure their patient details. Privacy is also controlled and it needs to have some granular access based on the let's say admin would have certain amount of control on the data. Patient will be having limited amount of controls. Let's say AI practitioners will have granular control. So that kind of privacy by design. So these are also required, and that way we can protect patients' data. So of course, European Union standards should be followed, HIPAA standards and compliances should be followed so that we can take care of data governance and AI will be adopted very easily in healthcare industry. One more solution. So just like we have discussed AI bias in terms of cooking, where woman is always seen in kitchen. So likewise, algorithmic biases can be very well handled. So how we can reduce them is like come up with multifaceted facilitated strategy wherein AI developers should be taking care of all diverse aspects in the data. So be it gender wise, be it let's say skin color wise, be it geographical diversity wise. So all different representations must be there in the data, so that way it will be a balanced, it should cover all population served data. So race, gender, age, demographics, all those things should be considered in the data itself. And we will be seeing it as fairness constraints and multidisciplinary teams as in ethicists, sociologists, patient advocates. So all these entities should be part of the algorithmic biases, and that way we see that there is a lot of research which is going on in terms of how we can come over with the solutions with which algorithmic biases can be avoided. One more solution, so just like deep learning is always seen as black box approach. So how we can overcome with the help of explainable AI methods and make the users understand like why that particular decision of categorizing, let's say, particular chest x-ray as COVID positive or COVID negative, right? So if these kind of explainable models are utilized in the AI system itself, it would enhance the trust and transparency and also accountability in the decisions which are given by the models. So here the term called as right to explanation is important. Okay. And in GDPR, more specifically for European Union patients, it is strictly being incorporated. So that is why, with the help of explainable AI and with the help of all my current and also even in past research work, I have always tried to make use of explainable AI in some or other way, so that AI related decisions or results can be very well justified. So, Lime and Shapley, these are very prominent deep learning based algorithms, which will give like these are the models. So, here with this example, the thing is pretty clear. Like in my AI system, earlier approach was black box. So, I don't know why that person has been classified as some kind of cancerous uh, patient. But with the help of interpretable model, with the help of my interpretable model, the data which is given by the patient, like some of the text data, body vitals data, and also image data, my AI model could capture some of the red lesions. So its size is greater than or equal to zero point 0.5 millimeter, and also some of the body vitals. So because of these two combinations which are seen in the patient's data, particular system or particular AI driven system has classified the patient is having some kind of cancerous data. So if these kind of AI systems which can very well interpret and explain the patient and also AI assistive users, and that way we will be enhancing trust in our model. One more solution in terms of accountability is like if particular system is not working well or some of the operation is getting failed, if we are making use of robot at particular time, so who all will be the accountable entities? So that way it would require legal and organizational solutions. Of course, we will be following all the EU AI Act, and India is also coming up soon with AI Act for the healthcare sector. And even on the engineering side, maybe AI engineers or maybe safety design engineers, we should be considering all the edge case scenarios, like what if the patient is getting critical, then what is the thing it should be popped up at that particular point of time in emergency cases. So all those edge case scenarios should also be considered by the safety designers, and even AI engineers will be taking care of all moral responsibilities which may arise while making use of AI as decision support system. So here we are not going to see this AI driven system as a replacement. Rather, medical practitioners should see it as assistive system. So just like we often visit second doctor and seek their second opinion for particular case, we never trust. I mean, I have always seen different scenarios where we are not going to trust. If the particular case is severe, then we will be making sure that we are visiting multiple doctors and then reaching to a point कि operation करना है नहीं करना है. Of AI in every field, way ahead. So how we will be seeing this AI in healthcare in coming years? So here with the compliances and the standards given by GDPR and HIPAA, there the AI Act is also there in place. So we will be using it and making sure that we will be also following WHO policies and ethical guidelines, and then only adopting this AI ethics and AI in healthcare in different. There is also need with delivery science in healthcare domain, where we will be seeing that only AI system is not sufficient. If any AI engineer is coming up with his, let's say, 90% accuracy wala solution or system, but how safely we can integrate this AI solution in different medical devices, in different setup with safety engineers, considering all borderline cases. So all those things are again part of AI delivery science. So here, healthcare, AI engineers, safety engineers, lawyers, all the stakeholders will be equally involved, and then only we will be making use of such kind of system in AI healthcare, where patient details and patients' security and safety will not be at stake. So consensus is shifting now from alarm to opportunity. So instead of seeing AI and its encroachment as alarming thing, rather we should be seeing it as an opportunity in different sectors. Not only in healthcare, but in any sector, we will be seeing this AI as opportunity. How we will be utilizing it in different use cases, and that is how we should be changing our mindset. And last point here is continuous stakeholder engagement. So, who all stakeholders, like right from patients, right from providers, like right from technologies, ethicists. So, all these stakeholders should be seeing this as a positive move, positive technological move, and that way we should be engaging AI and its power in our day-to-day life. So, with this thing, these are the resources which I have utilized for today's lecture. And I would like to thank you again, Elite Society and Dr. Shafi and my collaborator from Symbiosis, Dr. Trupti, for this engagement. Thank you all.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Definitely a new topic for the doctors who are listening. But most of the things we have understood, and the AI as it is very trending nowadays.
Yes.
So yes. So the use of AI in medical health, indeed, you have covered it very elaborately. I request Dr. Shafi sir to kindly present moment or two, madam.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shilpa man.
Thank you,
It
sir.
was a very nice and excellent talk. We doctors usually uh, heard about AI, and we
Yes.
faculties only heard about AI in preparing PowerPoint presentations. But now, in this ethics and good clinical practices, we have came to know that how AI can be used to do the ethical evaluation of the research project. So this
Yes.
was
Yes.
totally a new topic for us, and you have justified the topic. You are an expert. I can see your CV that you are a professor, you are an author. I'm very thankful to Dr. Trupti Borukar, madam, that she has given us an excellent speaker for our
Thank you, sir.
this webinar. Since 3 years, we are organizing the webinars and seminars and continuing medical education activities. But this was an innovative idea to use the
Mm.
artificial intelligence in evaluation of ethical proposals. So once
Right.
again, I thank you. And in future also, if we need any kind of
Definitely,
help
sir.
from
Yeah.
you, we'll definitely contact you. Dr.
Definitely,
Trupti
sir.
madam is there. She's
Yes, yes.
always helping us, and she's now official speaker for our academy.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, yeah. I would like to extend the collaboration further. We just want AI engineers would just want data, and then we can carry out good kind of research. So that is why, along with Trupti, along with my Symbiosis team, hospital team, we are just working on the data first, and then developing different AI models, publishing research work with good quality. So I also have collaboration with different UK hospitals, Southampton University and two more universities, one more university from Australia, and we carry out same kind of research.
We
Thank
are now in hospitals using electronic medical records, but
Wow,
most of us do not know how to utilize the data that is
correct.
recorded in the medical records.
Yes,
So definitely, we will be in
yeah,
touch.
definitely.
Madam, I have found a lacunae that we lack your contact number, so it will be very kind if you
Okay,
share your contact number with Dr. Shafi, sir.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Sure, sir.
thank
I'll
you.
share that. Okay.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you. Bye bye. Take care.
So now I would like to call upon our next speaker. I hope the CV is visible. Yes. So, no one less than Dr. Shafi sir, the director of Elite CME Academy, professor in community medicine at Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research, one of the most energetic and enthusiastic person that I have met up till now. And mind me, I am very social and I am meeting many people. But Dr. Shafi sir has got a different level of energies and is very innovative and very fond of taking teaching to another level, taking teaching out of the classroom. Sir was born in 1974, and these are his academic achievements that he has done. Uh, Sir has got many publications in his name. Has also worked abroad for teaching and in academic purposes. Sir is one of the pioneer for conducting small scale CMEs at the institute level and the MMC accredited CMEs as we are dealing one with now. These all are the publications, around 18 publications, 29, around 34 publications which sir has shared with me. And I would like to stop sharing my screen and request sir to kindly share his screen and start with this talk.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Zubair, for your kind words, and I'm very thankful to Elite Academy that they have given chance me to speak one or two topics in this webinar. Being a professor in community medicine and member secretary of Institutional Ethics Committee at JI's IMSR, this topic of ethics in medical research and good clinical practices is very important. And since yesterday, all of you are seeing that how Institutional Ethics Committee plays a very important role in organization, conduction, and execution of the research in the field of medicine. So, Institutional Ethics Committee they play a very important role. Yesterday, you have seen that how the Institutional Ethics Committee is formed, what are the members, what are their roles, and what are the registering agencies where EC should be registered. Now, coming to the functioning of the ethics committee, here we are going to highlight two functions. One is conduct of research ethics committee review meetings and monitoring ongoing research by ethics committee. So, one of the important function of institutional ethics committee is to conduct the review meeting of the proposals and approve or reject the proposals which are coming to the institutional ethics committee. So there are various types of meetings which are being organized by the EC. So here we'll just discuss about the full EC committee meeting. So in any institute or in any ethics committee where research is being conducted, all the proposals of that organization or that institution should come to the EC. If you plan any research in your institute, first thing which should come in your mind that your proposal should be submitted to the EC for the approval. So that's why EC should receive all the proposals and they should organize full committee review meeting to review all these proposals and to come to a decision where they will either approve the proposal or they may deny the approval for the research proposal. So EC should conduct regular full committee meetings. There are standard operating procedures for each EC. In that they mention that every 3 months or every 6 months or every 1 year there will be a regular full committee EC meeting. So according to the SOPs, meetings should be organized and there should be regular full committee meetings so that all the proposals which are received by the EC should be deliberated, and you need to decide a schedule, and according to that schedule you have to follow the meetings. So a meeting will be considered valid on the quorum is fulfilled. Now we know that there are affiliated and non-affiliated members in the EC. So when we organize any meeting, we need to fulfill the quorum. SOP regarding the quorum is also written in EC SOPs. There you are supposed to define that what quorum is required to conduct a meeting. So it is said that there should be 50% of the members should be present for the EC meeting, and there should be at least one non-affiliated member, particularly lay person, should be present. Chairperson can also be there, or any other member from the EC can be present for the EC meeting. But quorum should be fulfilled. 50% of the members should be present, and at least one non-affiliated member should be present at the time of the taking decision during the meeting. If a member has declared conflict of interest, what is conflict of interest? We'll see in the next session. He should write this in writing, and it should be submitted to the chairperson before the meeting is starting. Suppose that one of the member is having conflict of interest for a particular proposal, he should write and give it to the chairperson before the meeting starts. The member who has declared conflict of interest should withdraw from the EC meeting. Now, he is not authorized to sit during the meeting. So he is supposed to leave the room. He is not supposed to leave the whole meeting, but he can leave the room when he is having a conflict of interest for particular proposal. So he should not be there, and it should be minuted, and the quorum should be rechecked. Suppose that you have 5 members, and in the 50% of the members are present for the meeting, and one member has conflict of interest, and he is supposed to leave the hall meeting room, then the quorum is not fulfilled. So you have to recheck whether the quorum is there or not. So you need to invite another members to fulfill the criteria of the quorum. And if a member is having conflict of interest and leaving the meeting during the proposal discussion, then it should be written in the minutes of the meeting of the EC meeting. A list of absentee members as well as members leaving or entering in between the meeting should be recorded. So it is the duty of the member secretary of the EC that he should record who are the members who are present for the meeting, who are the members who are absent for the meeting, and who are the members who are leaving the meeting room in between. So when you start the meeting, proposals should be taken up item wise given in the agenda. So before you start the meeting, you have to prepare the agenda for the meeting, circulate it with all members of the EC. Later should be a circular should be taken by the member secretary, in which he has to mention the date, time, place, and how many number of proposals are there for the discussion should be there in the circular taken by the member secretary of that particular EC. So when we proposals are presented in the EC meeting, they should be taken up in item wise according to the agenda. Number of proposals reviewed in a meeting should justify that there is ample time devoted for the review. Now, you cannot just come and have a meeting of 10 to 15 minutes and approve the 10 proposals and go away. No, you are supposed to allot ample of time for the discussion on each proposal so that the review of the proposal is done in ethical manner. So ample time should be given. The time allotted for the meeting should be reasonable to allow ample discussion on each agenda item. The minutes of the previous meeting, a list of protocols that were exempt from review. Now, when you start the meeting, the minutes of the meeting of the previous EC meeting should be discussed, and in that, whatever protocols which were exempted from the review or which went under expedited review should be ratified, should be mentioned. In the yesterday, you have seen that what are the various types of reviews which are being done by the EC. So in that we have one is exempt from review. So when we have cross-sectional studies which are not causing any kind of harm, questionnaire based, such studies can be exempted from the review and approval can be given under the heading exempt from the review. Or sometimes when we are supposed to conduct the review in expedited manner, which can be done by member secretary or chairperson of the EC, that proposals or that kind of review should also be mentioned in the minutes of the meeting, and that should be discussed in the EC meeting when we start the EC meeting. Now, very important part of the EC meeting is that all the proposals which are submitted should be reviewed, and you may call the researcher to present. In our institute, we have habit of calling all the researchers to come and present their proposal in a brief manner in front of the EC members so that there can be a detailed and healthy discussion, and the corrections can be notified to the researcher at the time of his presentation. So you need to call the researcher to present his proposal or provide clarifications on the study population that has been submitted, the study proposal submitted for the review. The primary and secondary reviewers. Now, what are these primary and secondary reviewers? Primary reviewers are the members of the EC, and secondary reviewers are the people which we invite them for this meeting. It is not necessary that only the EC members should conduct the meeting. If you have a proposal, like previous session, we have AI. So if somebody is using AI in his proposal, research proposal, so expert who is expert in AI should be called as a secondary reviewer because he will be understanding, will be having the understanding of the subject, and he will give his expert remarks. So we can call the consultants, or we can call the secondary reviewers, or we can also call the subject experts according to the SOPs of that EC for the EC meeting. We can also submit the proposal to the expert consultant before the meeting, and he can put his comments. So it is the duty of the member secretary to present those comments given by the independent consultant to the EC members during the time of meeting. Then subject experts could be invited to offer their view about the proposal, but he should not be the part of decision making. While we are approving the proposal, that time these independent consultants or secondary reviewers or subject experts should not be present. But whatever opinion he has given, this independent consultant or subject expert, that should be recorded by the member secretary in the minutes of the meeting. Now, this is a new thing which usually people don't follow, or they don't think about it. That is the representative of the study group population. The proposal which is submitted, the study population which is included in that proposal, we can call the representative of the study group population during the deliberation of their proposal discussion. So we can have their viewpoint according for this proposal. So this is a new concept which can be practiced. We can call some of the study group population for their viewpoint on that particular proposal, but they should also not be the part of decision making process. Now, EC may utilize electronic methods or video conference calls for connecting with the subject experts or independent consultants during the meeting. It is not necessary that the independent consultant or subject expert should come and sit in the meeting. They can be consulted by having video conferencing or video calls. All members of the EC, including the chairperson and member secretary, should be present during the meeting, and they have the right to vote or express their decision. So all the individuals which are present in the meeting EC meeting, the quorum which is present, they have the right to vote or express their decision about a particular proposal. So it is their right, and that should be considered by the chairperson and the member secretary. The decision must be taken we have the meeting once the researcher is present, have done the presentation, and once you have reviewed all the proposals, then you have to come to take the decision. So this decision is solely by the quorum, by the members of the EC. External members, consultants, subject experts are not allowed to make the decision. So EC will take the decision. The members who are present in the quorum will take the decision regarding the proposal. So first decision made is usually the approved, means the proposal is approved for the execution of the research. So with or without suggestions or comments, we can approve the proposal. So first is approval. So when you issue the letter to the researcher, there you have to mention that your proposal is approved. Then second type of decision made is revision with minor modifications or amendments. It is also like approving, but you have to give clear instructions to the researcher that you have to make some minor modifications or you have to make some amendments in your proposal, then resubmit it and the member secretary should verify that yes, the minor corrections are being made, and then he will issue the approval to the exam to the uh, researcher. Now, third type of decision taken by the EC is revision with major modifications or resubmission. So here, either you can ask the researcher to change majority of the part of the proposal, or you can ask the researcher to prepare a new proposal with the corrections, major corrections, and then submit it. So once these major corrections or modifications are done, EC may ask that researcher to present it again, or the EC may take the decision based on their consensus. And last type of decision which is taken by EC is not approved, or where you can go for termination or revoking of permission if applicable. And already you have given the permission for the proposal, then revoke it and you can deny the permission. So this is clearly defined that it must be given for not approving, termination, or revoking of the permission. So these are the four types of decisions which are usually made. One is approved with some or with or without suggestions. Second is approved with some minor corrections. Then third is revision with major modifications or amendments. And last is not approved. So such four types of decisions are taken by the EC quorum after the meeting. So once you decide that you are going to approve the proposal submitted by the researcher, approval may be granted for the entire duration of the proposed research, or it can be subject to annual review. Suppose that there is a proposal which is submitted for the duration of 5 years. So you can grant the approval for whole 5 years, or you can review it after 1 year, and then you can rethink about whether the approval should be continued or some corrections should be done, or you can revoke the approval and you can deny the approval, or you can say it is not approved. So this can be done for the whole duration of the study or after the review after a particular period of time. So at least EC should review the annual report, and every year there should be review by the EC. This is counted from the date of approval or date of start of the study for continuation as per SOPs. So review should be done by the EC at least annually for the project which are running for long period of time. Then depending on the risk involved to the study subjects or participants, the progress of the proposal may be monitored annually or at shorter time. Like in previous slide, I mentioned that there should be at least annual review, but you can do it as quarterly or half yearly as per the EC decision based on the risk or harm cost to the study participants. So after 3 months or 6 months, we can again review and then the decision can be taken. Then an EC may decide to reverse its positive decision on a study if it receives information may adversely affect the benefit risk assessment. Suppose that you get the information that you have given permission or approval for a particular drug or vaccine. Like take the example of COVID vaccine. The trial for COVID vaccine is going on, and once after some period of time, when you come to know that yes, this vaccine is harmful to the subjects, leading to so many complications during that time, you can reverse the positive decision which you have given to the research proposal. Now, it is the duty of the member secretary to record the discussions and prepare the minutes of the meeting. The member secretary is one of the active member in the EC. Whole responsibility lies with him. So it is the duty of the member secretary to record the discussions in the meeting and prepare the minutes, and it should be circulated to all the members before the final approval is taken. So it should be given to the chairperson or vice chairperson or designated members of the committee. The decision of the EC should be communicated to the researcher. So once you make the decision, yes, so you have approved. So that should be communicated to the researcher in the form of approval letter. Approval letter will be issued by the member secretary and it should be given to the researcher. And a copy of the approval should be maintained in the secretariat of the EC. Now, the research, once you have made the decision, the researcher should have an opportunity to reply or clarify to EC comments or to discuss the or present his her stand. So ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई once you have taken the decision, but it will be imposed on the researcher. No, you have to give the chance to the researcher to present his view if there is any negative decision taken by the EC. The researcher can also approach the head of the institute. Now, head of the institute is the person who forms the EC. He is not the member of the EC, but he is the person who forms the EC. So when you plan to form ethical committee in your institute, it is the head of the institute who will apply for the registration to the director of health research or CDSCO. It is the head of the institute, but it is clearly mentioned by these registering authorities that head of the institute should not be the part of the EC. So researcher can approach to the head of the institute because he is the appellate for the EC matters. The head of the institute, as an appellate, he has the power to dissolve the EC or reappoint an EC. Once he comes to know that there are malpractices and he finds that the members of EC are not working as per the SOPs, he has authority to dissolve the EC and reappoint the EC members. So researcher can approach to the head of the institute. Now coming to the review of multi-centric research. Just last week only in our college, one of the professors has submitted one proposal for the multi-centric research study, which will be conducted at 7 places in India. So in that case, what is the role of EC? How the review of multi-centric research will be done? So multi-centric research is conducted at more than one center uh, at different by the different researchers, usually following a common protocol. The protocol will be common, but it will be conducted at various places by different researchers. And in that, one will be the main researcher or primary investigator. So there are a large number of clinical trials, clinical studies, and public health research activities, including surveys, are conducted at several research centers within the country or at the international level. Particularly, drug trials are usually conducted at many places. Then some behavioral studies are also conducted at various places. So multi-centric research studies are carried out with the aim of providing a sound basis for the subsequent generalization of its results. When you want to generalize your results to various populations, it is better to have a multi-centric study so that you can generalize your findings to the various types of populations. So once a multi-centric research proposal is submitted, all sites where the research is going to be conducted, it should be approved by the respective ECs. Suppose you are conducting a study at 7 sites, so all ECs of 7 sites have to approve that proposal. So it will be that the respective ECs will consider the local needs and requirements of the population being researched. We know that uh, there should not be any harm or there should not be any risk to the study population. So it is the local EC who can better understand the local needs and requirements of the population which are involved in the study. So it is to safeguard the dignity, rights, safety, and well-being of the participants. So that's why multi-centric studies should be reviewed by the respective ECs where the multi-centric research is going to be done. Now, there are some certain concerns which are related with the multi-centric research review by various ECs that duplication of in the parallel review by the involved ECs. So there will be same type of review will be conducted by all the ECs. So this that may lead to the duplication, and it may lead to the wastage of time of the EC and also those related to communication between the committees. So that's why it is said that all ECs which are involved in review of the multi-centric research proposal should communicate with each other and then they start the review procedure. Therefore, in multi-centric studies, using a common protocol, the consideration mentioned in the now these ICMR guidelines they have clearly mentioned regarding the review of the multi-centric studies. So first is there are two types of reviews which are being done by the respective ECs. One is the separate review by ECs. So what are the conditions when separate review should be done by the ECs? Where we have the clinical trials or when there is a more harm to the study participants, in that case, the ECs of respective sites should conduct separate reviews of the proposal which is submitted for multi-centric studies. They should communicate with each other. If there is any EC does not grant approval for a study, the reasons must be shared. Suppose that out of 5 sites, one site EC has not given approval, or then the reasons for not giving approval should be shared with the other ECs so that they will also review that particular point. Then the EC can suggest site-specific protocols and changes in form consent modification as per the local needs. So the local EC may suggest some modifications. They may suggest some site-specific protocols for the multi-centric research studies. So separate review may be requested in higher degree of risk type of studies or clinical trials or intervention studies. So these are the types of studies in which all local ECs should conduct the review and inform their decision to all concerned ECs. So these are the indications for having separate review. Now, another type of review which is conducted by the various local ECs is common review for all participating sites in which in a multicentric research. So common review will be done simultaneously, or all ECs will designate one main EC, and that main EC's decision will be considered. So in order to save time, prevent duplication of effort, and to streamline the review process, the ECs can decide to have a main EC, and decision of this main EC will be considered. So this is especially important for research involving low minimal risk. Now, these are the types of studies for which common review can be done. So when there is a low risk to the study participants, or it is a type of survey, or multi-centric studies involving samples which are anonymized, or data, and some public health research studies for which we can have a common review, and decision can be taken by the common review and one of the designated uh, uh, main EC. So it is not the duty of the EC just to conduct a meeting and approve. It is the responsibility of the EC to have the continuous review process for the proposals which are granted by the EC. So time to time, at regular interval, we have to review this research which is going on. It is said that at least once in a year it should be done, or it can be done quarterly or half yearly also. If you come to know that there is information that the research is going to harm the study participants, in that case, you have to do the review of the proposal at regular interval, at least once in a year, or it can be done at quarterly or half yearly also. Now, what should EC evaluate when they do the continuous review of the uh, study proposal? So they should evaluate progress of ongoing proposals, whether according to the timeline, whether the is there is a progress in the proposal or not. They should review the suspected adverse events, reports from all the sites, along with the protocol deviation or violation. So protocol which is submitted at the time of approval should not be violated, or the researcher should not deviate from the protocol. Now, one more aspect of doing this EC review is non-compliance. When the researcher is not following the instructions which are given by the EC, in that case, you are supposed to do the evaluation of the proposal. And if you get any new information pertaining to the research, and assess final reports of the research activity. So these are the evaluations which are done by the EC at regular interval. So clinical trials under the purview of a licensing authority must comply with all regulations applicable to suspected adverse events. So particularly in clinical trials where there are suspected adverse events, that also will be monitored by the EC. The EC should also ensure compliance by the researcher. So whatever protocol the researcher has submitted, he should comply to it and take the steps for the implementation of the research that should be reviewed by the EC. And for academic trials, there should be an institutional policy made by the institute and by the EC. Now, EC should examine the measures taken by the researcher for medical management of suspected adverse events. Suppose that if there is a likely of SAEs in the conduction of the research, then it is the duty of the EC to find that the management of those adverse events which are taking place during the research process, is researcher is managing it or not. It is the duty of the EC to monitor it. Then participants should not have to bear cost for the management. Suppose that while doing a research, suppose you have given COVID vaccine, and person has developed a particular kind of illness, and he is supposed to go to the hospital and take the treatment. So the cost which is incurred on the patient for a particular adverse event should be borne by the researcher. It is not the participant who is supposed to bear the cost of the adverse events. Then compensation must be given for research-related injuries if applicable. Suppose that you have given a particular drug and patient developed an adverse event and he lost his wages for 5 days. So you are supposed to compensate that particular participant for the compensation of the amount he has lost because of the adverse event, or maybe because of the taking part in the research, he lost his wages, that you need to be compensate. So it is the duty of the researcher to compensate. Then for protocol deviations or violations, the EC should examine the corrective actions. Whether the corrective actions are taken by the researcher or not, it is the duty of the EC. If the violations are serious, the EC may halt the study and they can disapprove or they can revoke the approval given for that particular research. The EC may report to the institutional head or government authorities where there is continuous non-compliance to the ethical standards. So if the researcher is not following the ethical standards, in that case, the EC should give instructions to the researcher, or if he is not non-compliant, then the EC can report it to the institute authority, or even they can complain to the government authorities for non-compliance of the ethical standards. Then reports of the monitoring done by the sponsor should also be considered by the EC, because sometimes and most of the clinical trials are sponsored. Pharmaceutical companies are sponsoring them, so they also do the monitoring and review of the research proposals. So those reports should also be considered by the EC. And last part of the EC is that they should do the site monitoring. Even it can be done before the approval of the proposal, or it can be done after you have given approval to the. So it is recommended that EC should follow mechanisms which are described in SOP to monitor the approved study site. So they can go and see whether the same study area is being used or same study of the hospital is being used for conduction of the research or not. So in that case, you need to go and verify that the site which is mentioned in the proposal is being used or not. So this is all about the conduction of the EC meeting and the review of the proposals and monitoring of the research proposals approved by the Institutional Ethics Committee. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk on this topic. I am very thankful to Dr. Zubair Khazi and the team of Elite Education and Welfare Society. And I am also thankful to our Dean, Dr. Azrama Siddiqui, and to conduct the webinars. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Need all the administrative part of the EC and all the important with the referencing and numbers we have seen. So definitely there is a memento for you also, and Dean sir will be giving that when we will meet him in person. Yes, thank you, sir. So I would like to continue the session with my talk, and after that we will keep one other talk. Most of the things in my talk are covered, so I will keep it very crisp, and we will just proceed with the protocol. Yeah. So establishment and administration of research and ethics committee, safeguarding ethics standards in research. So most of the things are covered. So keeping it very crisp. So thank you. Just for a lighter moment, we will start with the introduction, and in a very brief time, I'll finish my talk. So introduction, as we all know, research involves human participants raising ethical, legal, and social concerns. Ethical committees ensure responsible research so that no bias is there in the research and no cruelty is considered into the research. Then establishment, structures, and administration of EC. As we have already seen in our previous topic, that it is the responsibility of the head of the institute. So head of the institute is the person who established the EC actually. There are two ways. One, with dean or any head of the institute can apply for establishment of the EC to the regulatories, or can give an authority letter to some person who is held responsible for on behalf of dean for applying for ethics committee. But still the head of the institute is responsible and is questionable for all the activities that are conducted in the EC after the persons that they have given the responsibilities. So definition of research ethics committee is that it is an independent group to review, approve, monitor the human research that is taking place. It protects the right, safety, and well-being of the patients, and it also known as institutional review board and institutional ethics committee. So institutional review board or scientific review board, it is an interchangeable term. Most of the times it is the board that sees to the scientific agendas of the research proposals, and ethics committee is the one that sees to the ethical agendas of the research. proposal. So these sometimes are interchangeable, but there is a bit difference in the functioning of the two boards. Now, why there is a need for establishment of the ethics committee? So each and every institute that is involved in research, and the people who want to do research in institute or in the hospitals or outside the institute, they need to take permission or approval from a registered ethics committee. So all the institutes for conducting the research, if not clinical trials, but the academic research, the research that PG students are doing, or any investigator initiated research if they want to do, and ethics committee need to be established and uphold the ethical principles as we already know, like autonomy, beneficence, justice, and protect the vulnerable population as we have seen yesterday, and meet the regulatory requirements and build up the public interest are the needs for establishing a good ethics committee. From the history, as Dr. Shruti Chandra madam has explained in a very beautiful manner, that how the in history people have done unethical practices, and after that the development or evolution of the guidelines took place. So past unethical incidences are many. I would not repeat this as you all already know. So Nuremberg Codes, Declaration of Helsinki, and other ethical principles has developed, and we have gone through those bad experiences. Then legal and regulatory frameworks that work in a worldwide manner is national laws that are mandated for ethical review, FDA, then SIMS, WHO, and in India, guidelines that we follow is for ICMR, and some are national guidelines are also there, and international institutes ethical policies are also adopted if someone wants to do a global trial into their center. Then what are the types of ethics committee? We have been learning this. It is is the institutional ethics committee that is established by hospitals or medical colleges or some PG institutes. Then there are independent ethics committee in which the members have gathered together, and under one forum they have chosen some chairperson, some member secretary, and they are working independently and are not affiliated to any of the institute. So such ethics committee also exist, and there are central or local ethics for multicentric and single studies. Some people who are involved in clinical trials must be knowing that some trials have got a central ethics committee approval, and they say that there is no need for conducting a ethical review. But if any study is carrying out in your institute, in your domain, in your area, ethics committee approval is to be taken. So full review not important, but at least a quorum is to be completed, and a local ethics committee review is to be taken. The umbrella consents or umbrella approvals are given for multiple sites, but still the site ethics committee has to give approval and has to again review the protocol that is to be submitted. So institutional and independent ethics committee are there. Both of these ethics committee can function for 50 kilometers of the radius. The permission that is given in India for ethics committee currently. Composition, as we all already seen by Dr. Deepak Bhosle sir, has already mentioned that scientists, clinicians, legal experts, ethical persons and lay persons, theologists are the persons who are there into the committee. There are a diverse expertise is there into the committee. And ideal membership is for 5 to 7 members to complete a quorum. There should be a gender balance as directed by the regulators to everyone, that female and male population should be almost equal in one ethics committee, and community representation should be there from all the various cultures that are in that region. And roles and responsibilities of EC members, very elaborately we have seen that we review the scientific merits and ethical standards We evaluate the risk and benefit ratio. We ensure the informed consents are taken. We protect the vulnerable populations. Now, step one for establishing an institutional ethics committee or institutional commitment. The leadership support is essential, and that is provided by the head of the institute. And clear authority mandate over human research is always there in the institutional ethics committee. The first step in establishing any ethics committee is that drafting a standard operating procedure. It is a document in which everything is written, like the date of starting of the ethics committee, who has given the permission to start, the authority letter by the head of the institute is given to someone, then how the SOPs are written, who has written the SOP, who has approved the SOP, and who will be there into the committee, how the committee is being formed, who has taken the interviews, who will take the interviews in future, how there will be appointment of the members, how the members will be resign from, how they will resign from the EC, or how a member will be disqualified from the EC if some misconduct, or if some due to absent for a long period of time, or transfer from the institute. So what will happen to that member? How the proposal will reach? Who will take the proposal? Who will study the proposal? Who will coordinate between the members? When the meeting will be kept? How much will be the fees of the EC? What remuneration members will get? What will be done with the money that is left into the account, how that money will be utilized, for which developmental areas they will be utilized, all these things, and how an adverse event will be managed, or how an expedited review will be there, how a routine review will be there, what will be the policy for annual reviews. Everything will be written into the SOP. Detailed submission is required by the regulators also for the SOP. The first document, if someone amongst you is planning to establish an ethics committee, is first write down an SOP for ethics committee. Then appointment of the members is done. Firstly, as all the qualifications of members are very beautifully explained by Dr. Deepak Bhosle sir, it is that the appointment of the those qualified members is done. This appointment, first appointment is done by the head of the institute, and that appointment is of chairperson. Head of the institute will appoint the chairperson, and after that chairperson will appoint the member secretary along with the head of the institute, and then member secretary and chairperson will now appoint other members. The proper CV will be taken for the members, that will be discussed among the chairperson, member secretary, and the head of the institute, and the member will be given the appointment letter, will be given the copy of SOP, and training of SOP will be given, and not the last but not the least be given, and that certificate is mandatory for appointment of any person into the ethics committee. So all these giving training and giving GCP training, it is the responsibility of chairperson and member secretary. Member secretary will coordinate on behalf of chairperson. So these appointments should be transparent selection based on the expertise. For a chairperson, as we all have seen, should be outside the institute and should have experience of ethics committee, previous experience. Similarly, is for the member secretary, and there should be a balanced membership between affiliated and non-affiliated members, between male and female genders, and we should define the service terms, that for how much time the appointment is given, and whether it will be extended or it will not be extended, and all the terms and conditions that are written in SOP are to be written on the appointment order. Then, as we have seen, the training of the members, so initial guidelines and the DHR guidelines are done for the members. Then continuous updates are given to the members in various meetings, maybe regular meeting or special meeting can be called for training. And as we have seen that GCP training is mandatory for the members of ethics committee. Now another thing is, first you have formed the SOP, Then you have appointed the member. Now there is a need of infrastructure. So there should be a dedicated space for meeting conduction and an office for ethics committee in your institute. First, you have to make sure that a dedicated space is given for ethics committee. Usually, the work is not that much, and daily routine works are less if you are handling an ethics committee, but still a dedicated room is given to ethics committee. A dedicated administrative staff is given to ethics committee. There should be enough facility for storage of documents, like the protocols, like the communication that PI, sponsor, and CROs are doing with ethics committee. They are sending you notifications, they are sending you the amendments, they are sending you any deviation from the protocol. So each and every should be maintained and stored by the ethics committee, as very correctly we have right now learned from Dr. Shafi sir. And all these documents are to be stored and maintained in a very appropriate and a very well organized manner, because you have to face the audit. Ethics committee have to face the audit of the regulatories, maybe DCGI, maybe FDA. These are the agencies that will come and they will do audit for you. And this audit, if there is a lack of the documents, and if the audit does not go well, they can ban the ethics committee, they can blacklist the site, and legal action can be taken on whosoever is involved. So there should be a secure office for ethics committee, and facility for storage of document, a dedicated administrative staff, and access to legal and scientific consultants should be there. There should be in and out register at that office. There should be a written entry, who is entering the office at what time, and who is going out of the office at what time, and what was the work and what was the reason for visiting the ethics committee office. Because there are various stakeholders involved, and there are various documents that are confidential, that are stored there. Now this after doing this homework, where you can register the ethics committee. So ethics committee registration is in India for conducting clinical trial is mandatory under CDSCO, and that is done by using a Sugam portal that we will see, and this comes under the Drug Control General of India, that is DCGI. Okay, for doing global trials, your ethics committee should be accredited and registered in FDA for doing the global trials. For conducting academic research and not the clinical trials, DHR is the agency where you can register your ethics committee. DHR cannot give permission to the studies that comes under the clinical trial or sponsored clinical trials. Okay, so DHR have some limitations. So better to register the ethics committee under CDSCO on Sugam portal. Now, this is the first page of the Sugam portal, which I have taken from my side, that as we have an ethics committee registered, I have done the work and the drill I have gone through. So this is the home page where you will see various options that are available. That is Central Drug Standard Control Operation homepage, where the dashboard they have user guidelines. So do go through these guidelines. This is a bit lengthy guidelines, but it is very necessary to avoid any other, further legal action. Go through the guidelines. Whoever person is interested and whoever has got the, uh, 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 authority letter from the head of the institute need to read these guidelines. Then there are user profile. We have to register yourself as the user. The person who is authorized will write the name, email address, telephone, mobile number will be there, and position will be there, and the user profile will be there. Then you need to submit the application for registering ethics committee. So there are various options that are available, whether to register first time registry of the ethics committee, whether to do renewal of the registry or re-register the ethics committee, whether it is independent or it is institutional, and then what are the SOPs. Then parts of SOPs are asked in the PDF format. You have to make different chapters. These are the options that are available on Sugam portal. We can register not only ethics committee, but various, for cosmetic resistance, for ethics committee registration, for formulation R&D organizations, for import of the drug and medical devices licensing, for BAB approved sites, for BABE and clinical trial, that is for the sponsors. There are various portals we are interested in the ethics committee registration. So after that, you need to upload the SOPs. Various chapters are asked for the SOPs. There are sections like how you will deal with vulnerable population, and then what will be the meeting quorum and member list. Then GCPs of the members, CVs of the member are asked. We have to divide our SOP in PDF format, and we have to upload each and every chapter that is asked by the regulatories on the Sugam portal. Now, after the submission, this is the submission form. I hope you can see it. So this is how applicant's name, username, password, and is typed, and mobile number, nationality is asked for the authorized person. And after that, we do all the other procedures are done. After the fully submission is done, after the full submission is done, then the clock starts on the Sugam portal, and that is for 120 days. So they take 120 days for themselves, to give the permission, or either to reject or to approve the or to grant the permission to the ethics committee. So 120 days is the timeline that they have kept for themselves. Now, during this time, they will raise various queries regarding the chapters that you have submitted in your SOP, or regarding the members, their qualifications, their registrations, and their documents that like GCP certification and all. They will raise various queries, and this person who has registered himself as authorized person or the contact person have to communicate and have to submit or have to resolve those queries that are raised by the DCGI in those 120 days. After within those 120 days, either they will grant you permission or they will reject the permission. After, if there is rejection, there is a clause that CDSCO has kept. You can reapply. It is not that once it is rejected you cannot apply. So once it is rejected, you can reapply with major changes. If there are major lacunae, then only rejection is done, or else query is asked. And if you resolve the query and you upload the new document that is asked, then the process it goes on. So core functioning of the EC that we have already seen is to review the scientific and ethical validity, to verify the informed consent adequacy, and to monitor the research that is conducted by the principles of ethics that you already know is autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. Now, review process is the initial review. Study documents are assessed. All the documents like protocol, information brochure, and given. Then identification of the ethics committee, then assurance of the regulatory compliance, whether the protocol that is given or the protocol that is submitted, the dossier that is submitted, does it have the regulatory compliance? Is the insurance policy there? Is the DCGI approval is there? Is the CTRI registration there already? So all these things are checked by the ethics committee. Ongoing reviews are annual progress reviews are done, site inspections are done, review of amendments are done. Annual review progresses can be charged. First full review is charged, and annual review can be charged, and EC review can be charged, and all these things are written in the SOP. As we have already seen by Anand Patil sir has already mentioned that whatever is written in the SOP or written in the protocol is to be done. So similar is the case for SOP. Whatever is written in the SOP, you need to follow that, and whatever is not written in the SOP, you cannot
impose that on any of your client who is there. And how a decision is made: a group discussion is done, a voting sheet is prepared, attendance sheet for the meeting, voting sheet for the meetings are prepared. Whether the particular member approves or does not approve, it is to be written with the signature and date of that member. The outcome of full approval, conditional approval, deferral and disapproval is given. Full approval is to approve the given protocol in the condition it is there, and nothing much is more is required. Then conditional approval is given, in which you demand for some more information, but the information that is given is sufficient for conduction of the study. So that is a conditional approval is given. Then deferral is given, that to you have to come back by doing all these things, we do not consider it. And disapproval is given if the trial or if the study that is presented is not at all uh, you know um, up to the ethical mark that are kept. Usually disapprovals are not done much, and conditional approvals or deferrals are something that is given. And every study, if designed properly, can work in a ethical way. Then documentation and record keeping, this is the, as we have seen, this is the responsibility of member secretary and the administrative staff that is given to the member secretary for documenting all the records securely, for retention of the records, archival of the records for 3, 7 or 10 days as per the SOP, and as per the 10 years, sorry, 3, 7 and 10 years as per the SOP and the regulatory authority norms are there. Then ensuring the confidentiality, you cannot disclose any project, any title, any name of the drug to anyone apart from the one who is directly concerned with the protocol or proposal. Then conflict of interest management, members should disclose the conflict. They should ritual from related discussions and ensure the impartiality while making the decision should be there. And challenges in administration for the ECR, such if there is a high submission volume, like it happens once in a year, that the uh, PG students who are there, they submit their protocols, and many institutes have around 150 to 300 population of that PG students are there, and you have to review each and every protocol. It is not that case, if the PG is doing, we cannot review the protocol, we have to review the protocol. Though this is one of the administrative challenge that take place. Then reviewer storage, everything, your reviewer reviewer shortage is there. All members review with under their own domain, and that is to be given to each and every member. Like statistician will look for the statistical strategies, clinician will look for the inclusion exclusion criteria, member secretary will look for other regulatories, that forms and insurances that are there. Then chairperson will review each and everything, basic scientist will see, legal person will see whether it is legally okay or not. So this is the shortage of reviewers that is seen. Then financial and resources concerns are there. And external pressure is also there on the members of the EC, so that they have to perform all these actions within a given time frame of time. Then strategies and strength of ethics committee administration, regular training workshops are to be taken, and this is the responsibility of member secretary to arrange the workshop and chairperson. And technology is to be used, and foster independent ethical committee is to be done. There can be more than one ethics committee for an institute also, ethics committee 1 and ethics committee 2 for these administrative and regulatory purposes, and it is allowed to register more than one ethics committee of one institute under DCGI or SEDISCO for the same. Then monitoring and internal audit. Internal audit is to be done whether all the documents are proper, all the norms of SOPs are followed, all the operations are done as per the SOP. Is the internal audit, which is the responsibility of head of the institute chairperson to look. It is done as per the SOP. If in SOP you write it twice a year, then it will be done twice a year. If you write three times in a year, it will be done three times in a year. If you do annual internal audit, that is also permissible. But internal audit, it is to be done, report is to be prepared, and signature is to be taken by the head of the institute and the chairperson. Then self evaluation and feedback can be given by all the members. Then benchmarking with the standards that are there. Then ethics committee in a multi-centric study, so as I have already seen that there are centralized reviews, streamline approvals, but still local EC handles the site specific issues that are there. So each and every proposal need to be going through the local EC also, even though they have got the approval from the central EC. And the coordination is critical, and there should be a coordination between the central and the local ethics committee. International collaborations of ethics committee for the global trials, as we I have already said that it is to be registered under FDA and FDA, DCGI. All these collaborations are to be done. Now, what can we do in future for EC? What is one of the vision? That there will be electronic ethical review system. Now most of the ECs do not accept the soft copies or online presentation by the PI, or online availability of the CRO, online availability of the PI, online availability of some members. Most of the SOPs do not have that provision right now, and even regulatories are not up yet clear about how online review is to be done. But maybe in future there comes like we are conducting this webinar, so the ethics committee review will be conducted online to reduce the time of the approval and reduce the cost of the EC meeting. Then ethical issues in AI and big data are still under discussion, as we have already seen today. And more community involvement is required. We have only 1 to 2% from the community, but as Dr. Shafi sir has mentioned, that one of the new concept of keeping one representative from the population is also from the study population is also the new new requirement of ethics committee that is felt. So these are the future directions that changes can take places near future. To conclude my talk, I'd say that EC protects the right and uphold the integrity. Hence, EC has to be properly registered under the required regulatories, and has to be functioned as per the SOP. Strong administration ensures ethical research. A strong administration, member secretary should be an administrator, and administrative staff is to be given, and all the storage and everything is to be done so that the research is done ethically. And continuous learning and ability are vital. Adaptability is a very vital thing that all the members of the ethics committee and all of us, not only members of the ethics committee, that we should continuously update ourselves, and we should know what is going into the world, and we should adapt accordingly. So this is the actual thank you from my side. Thank you very much for your patient listening. So uh, Dr. Shafi sir, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm
Yes, sir. So, sir, we will proceed with the last talk of yours.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
So once again, I welcome you all to this last talk of this today's webinar. We are going to cover three very small topics, but they are very interesting. First is conflict of interest. Second is rationale and science of the proposal. And third is risk benefit assessment process. So these are very important three aspects of the research proposal, and EC plays a very important role in these three processes. So what is conflict of interest? We all know that conflict means when we have the you can say it is conflict is a war with yourself. In your mind, if some conflict is going on, whether to do something or not to, like you can take the example of this webinar, whether to register or not to register. If there's such type of thoughts they come in your mind, it becomes a conflict. Or it can also be a conflict with your friends. You are not having same opinion about a particular view. So in that case also, there is a conflict. Now, there can be a conflict between two countries also. So conflict of interest refers to a set of conditions whereby professional judgment concerning a primary interest. Now we know that in case of research proposal, the ethical committee, his duty is to ensure that there is a welfare of the participant and the research which is being done is a valid research. So this is the primary interest. Now, when these primary interests are unduly influenced by a secondary interest, so now secondary interest can be financial or non-financial. Suppose that someone is conducting a research and his aim is to gain some financial gain, or there can be non-financial gain in the form of publication or authorship, or just to add the point in your CV. That time, when you influence for such gains on primary interest of the research, that becomes a conflict of interest. That's why, suppose that member secretary of the EC is having one research proposal. So in that case, he is not allowed to sit for the meeting. So that can lead to the conflict of interest. So the conflict of interest can be financial, non-financial, personal, academic, or even it can be political. Now, conflicts of influence can influence the choice of research questions and methods, because you want to gain something. So that time you design your research questions and methods in such a way that it will be easy to conduct and you gain the full benefit. Recruitment and retention of participants. So that will also be influenced if there is a conflict of interest. Interpretation and publication of data. So here also we will do type of uh, some type of uh, bias. So in that case, it will become very difficult to deal with such uh, conflict. Then it may influence the ethical review of the research proposal. So ethical review is also being influenced by the conflict of interest. Now there is a necessity to develop and implement policies and procedures to identify, mitigate, and manage conflict of interest. Now, who are the responsible persons to identify, mitigate, and manage such conflict of interest that we'll see later on? So, this can be done at the level of researcher, ethics committee, or at the level of institution. So, these are the three levels at which we can have the procedures and policies to identify, mitigate, and manage such conflict of interest. So that can be at the level of researcher, it will be at the level of ethics committee, or at the level of institution. Research institutions, researchers, and research ECs must follow the steps given in box 3.1. So these are the guidelines which are given by the Indian Council of Medical Research under the national guidelines for ethical guidelines for the health research. So here they have given some points which can be used. So identifying, mitigating, and management of the conflict of interest. So first thing is, what are the things which are done by the research institutions? So what researchers should do? They should develop policies and SOPs to address conflict of interest issues. So and these policies and SOPs should be dynamic, transparent, and actively communicated. So you should communicate all these policies and SOPs to the researchers as well as to the EC members. Then implement policies and processes. So once you develop the policies and SOPs, it is the duty of the institution to to implement and to address conflict of interest and conflict of commitment, and educate their staff about such policies. So there should not be any conflict of commitment also. So that will be ensured by the institutions by developing policies and the SOPs. Then institutions should monitor the research or check research results for accuracy and objectivity. So institution plays a very important role. So if they monitor and check, the conflict of interest will not be there. Then not interfere in the functioning and decision making of the EC. So that's why head of the institute is not the part of the EC. So institution should not influence the EC members. They should not influence the functioning. They should not also influence the decision making process of the EC. So by not influencing also, we can identify and mitigate the conflict of interest. Now, what researchers must do to identify, mitigate, and manage the conflict of interest, that researchers should ensure that documents submitted to the EC include disclosure of conflict of interest. Yes, when you submit the proposal to the EC for the approval, that time you have to disclose whether there is a conflict of interest or not. Like every journal has a policy regarding the conflict of interest. They ask the authors to disclose the conflict of interest if there is any. Then researchers should guard against conflicts of commitment that may arise from situations that place competing demands on researchers' time and loyalties. Now, sometimes what happens, one researcher from the group of researchers is doing all the work and all other researchers are not taking active part. In that case, it becomes very difficult for the researcher to take active part and conduct the research in ethical manner, because it will affect his time and his loyalties. Then researcher must prevent intellectual and personal conflict by ensuring they do not serve as reviewers for grants and publications. So researcher should not be the part of the reviewer, and he should not go for the grants and publications submitted by close colleagues, relatives, and or students. So he should not be a reviewer, particularly for the proposals or publications which are submitted by colleagues, relatives, or the students. If students also they are submitting the proposal, then he should not be the part of the decision making process. Now, third level is at the level of ethics committees. So, what ECs must do, they should evaluate each study in light of any disclosed conflict of interest and ensure appropriate action is taken to mitigate the conflict of interest. So, it is the duty of the EC to disclose any conflict of interest and ensure appropriate action. The EC should require that their members to disclose their own conflict. We suppose that if there is any member who is having conflict of interest about a particular proposal, he should disclose it and he should give it in writing to the chairperson, and appropriate measures should take to recuse themselves from reviewing or decision making on protocols related to their conflict. So, like one measure which is usually taken if there is any conflict of interest by the EC member, that he should leave the living meeting room. Then make appropriate suggestions for management of conflict of interest if conflict of interest is detected at the institutional or researchers level. So when you find that there is a conflict of interest at the level of institute or researcher, you should give some appropriate suggestions so that conflict of interest can be removed. So that was the about the conflict of interest. Now, the second part of this presentation is rationale and science of the proposal. So when you prepare and submit the proposal, what are the things you are supposed to consider? So a strong research proposal requires a clear and compelling rationale. So there should be a rationale which should demonstrate the importance and scientific merit of the proposed research. So there are two aspects of the rationale and science of the proposal: is importance and scientific merit of the proposed research. Now, rationale of the proposal should explain the current knowledge gaps. Why you are developing this proposal? First part should explain the knowledge gaps. Then the significance of the research question. You should have to develop a research question, and you need to signify the research question. How the project will contribute to advancing scientific knowledge. Now, when you submit the proposal and when you plan the research, you have to write in advance that how this proposal or this research is going to contribute in advancement of the scientific knowledge or improving the health of the outcomes or the participants or the public or community. It also needs to showcase the novelty and potential impact of the research. So rationale should explain the novelty that your research is novel and it has a potential of impact on the community, that research is going to have an impact along with a well-defined methodology and timeline. So proposal will have a clear methodology and timeline, but other than that, novelty and potential impact of the research should also be mentioned in the proposal. So this already we have covered actual current knowledge, existing literature. There is a need to provide comprehensive overview of the existing literature. So when you explain about the knowledge gap, what is the knowledge existing in the literature, and what are the things which is known and which remains unclear about this research, that has to be mentioned, and what new knowledge will be gained by doing this research. So knowledge gaps will identify the specific gaps in knowledge that the proposed research remains to address, and why the current research is needed and what it will contribute. So you need to explain in the rationale what is the importance of this current research and how it is going to contribute to the new knowledge. Then relevance and impact. The proposal should demonstrate the relevance of the research to local, national, and international context. So it should be relevant to the population where it is going to be conducted, and what kind of impact or what are the what findings will are going to have impact on health policy, clinical practice, or public health. So relevance and impact of proposal should need to be explained in detail, and impact in terms of the improvement in health, legal practice, or public health should also be mentioned. Research question, which is the basic part of any proposal, it should clearly articulate the specific research question that the proposed project will address. So this proposal is going to address the research question mentioned in the proposal, and this question should be focused, testable, and relevant. So we follow a novel concept whenever we frame the research question. So this research question should be focused, testable, and relevant to the identified knowledge gap. Now, second part is scientific merit. So whenever you are preparing a proposal, you should ensure that this proposal is novel in nature and it is innovative in nature. So that will fulfill the scientific requirement of any proposal. Then you need to explain how the proposed research is novel or innovative either in its approach, methodology, or potential outcomes which are going to be there after the conduction of the research. Then methodology, which is a very important part of the any research, that your methodology should be scientific in nature. These are the points that you should need to describe in detail. First is the research design. What research design you are going to use, and how you are going to use it, and the rationale behind using that particular research design should be mentioned in the methodology. Then sampling strategy. What kind of sample you are going to select, from where you have to select, and what sampling technique you are going to use it. I have seen that most of the proposals, they fail to describe the sampling technique in their proposal. So you need to be very clear about the sampling technique you are going to use and how you are going to draw the sample for your research. Then data collection methods and data analysis plan should also be in a scientific manner you have to describe. Ensure the chosen methods are appropriate for addressing the research question. Your data collection method, data analysis plan should incline or should align with the research question. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि research question कुछ अलग है and you have chosen some other analysis plan and they are not matching to each other or they are not aligning to each other. So that will again create unscientific problem in the study. Very important aspect of proposal is the feasibility. When you plan any research, feasibility of the research should be tested. Because if you plan a research and you find that it is not feasible to conduct in a population where you are planning, suppose that if you are planning to have a research on effectiveness of IVF method of intervention for infertility, But the hospital where you are going to conduct the research, there is no facility for IVF. So it will not be feasible to perform the research in your institute or hospital. So in feasibility, we see that do we have access to the resources, expertise is available or not, and the required infrastructure which is required to conduct the research is available or not, and provide a scientific, realistic timeline for project completion. When you started the project for 1 year and it takes 5 years and 10 years, so it will not become a realistic, and the research will not be effective, and there will be a lot of attrition problems in a research which runs for a long period of time. So feasibility should be determined before you plan the proposal for a particular research. Then expected outcomes should be clearly outlined. The expected outcomes of the research you need to find, write down that these are the expected outcomes from this research, and these outcomes are going to have potential benefits to the scientific knowledge, clinical practice, or public health. So whenever you plan any proposal or research, it will increase the scientific knowledge, or it will have a clinical advancement in practice, or it will improve the public health. Other important consideration is prioritization. That is, whatever ICMR is priorities which are given by ICMR and funding guidelines and funding agencies. And depending on the public health problem in the community, you need to prioritize your research. It should not be on an area which is neglected, which is not required, which is not the need of the community, which is not important also. You should not prioritize such type of research. Then ethics, you should address ethical considerations related to the research, including informed consent, data privacy, and potential risk to the participants. So informed consent process should be followed. Data confidentiality should be maintained. It should not be disclosed to anyone. What are the risk and harm that we'll see in the risk and harm process, and potential risk to the participants. Institutional support should always be there. I will say that whenever you plan any research in your institute, you should first write to your head of the institute for the permission for the conduction of the research. This is the first requirement of the research being conducted in an institute. But most of the time, researchers they forget this aspect. So, first step in conduction of the research in any institute that you should write to the head of the institute for the permission and institutional support for the conduction of the research. So you need to mention the availability of the necessary facilities required for the research, equipment, and expertise within the primary investigators institution to support the research. And team, you need to highlight who are all going to work for the research, who are the experts and experienced people who are involved in the team. So team need to be mentioned, and that whole team should work for the implementation and conduction of the research. Then impact, clearly explain the potential impact of research. You need to define what is the immediate impact, what is the long-term impact of doing this research on public health, clinical practice, or scientific knowledge. Then dissemination of this knowledge. Once you complete the research, how you are going to disseminate the data which you have collected. So you should outline the plan for disseminating the research findings. So that can be done in the form of publications, presentations in the institute or in the conferences at national, international level. And you can also plan some other outreach activities for dissemination of the knowledge which you have gained by doing this research. Now, last part of the presentation is benefit risk assessment. Now, we know that whenever we plan any research, there should be a benefit to the community. There should be benefit to the individual which is taking part in the research. There should be benefit to the society. There should be benefit to the institution. There should be benefit to the other scientific experts. So most particularly, it's ECs, ethical committees, they see that there is a benefit of this research to the participants which are taking part in the research. And they also see that there should not be any risk to the participants which are taking part in the research. So you need to find out that what are the benefits and what are these to the participants in the research. The social and scientific value of research should justify the risk. Now, it is not the scientific value only, but the social value will also determine that how much is the risk to the participants. So risk is the probability of causing discomfort or harm. Whenever you cause harm to the study participant, it is called as the risk. So it can be physical, psychological, social, economic, or even legal. So these are all the harms or risks which are caused while doing the research. So it is the responsibility of the EC to determine the proposal. While determining the proposal, they should see that there is no risk, there is no harm to the participants which are taking the research. Even they also see that if there is any risk, what are the measures which are taken by the researcher to manage such type of risk which are caused to the study participants. The researcher, sponsor, and EC should attempt to maximize benefits. So there should be a maximum benefit to the participants and there should be a minimum risk to the participants so that the risks are balanced to lead to potential benefits and individual, societal, and or community level. So whenever EC is planning to approve the proposal, they should determine that there should be a maximum benefit to the participant and there should be minimum risk to the participants. So EC should assess whenever a proposal is submitted, the EC should assess the inherent benefits and risks, ensure a favorable balance of benefits and risks, evaluate plan for minimizing the risk and discomfort. So this has to be explained in the proposal if there are any suspected adverse events or if there are any risks to the participants, how the researcher is going to minimize it and how they are going to manage it. And they should decide on the merit of the research before approving it. EC will decide whether this proposal is beneficial or harmful to the study participants. The EC should also assess any altered risk in the study at the time of continuing review. When the proposal was submitted and a researcher was also not knowing that there can be any suspected adverse event while the implementation of the research, so then EC is supposed to assess and find out is there any kind of harm or risk, altered risk to the study participant during the time of continuing risk or when we are supposed to review the proposal at regular interval, either quarterly, half yearly, or yearly. The type of EC review based on the risk involved in the research is categorized. Now, the ICMR has categorized different types of risks which are going to be caused to the study participants. So they have classified this risk is into four types. So number one is the less than minimal risk, or you can say there is no risk. So the probability of harm or discomfort anticipated in the research is nil or not expected. So less than minimal risk means there is no risk or there is a risk is not expected during the conduction of the research. For example, research on anonymous or non-identified data. When you have collected the data which is already collected, there will be no risk. Samples already you are having, then data available in the public domain or meta-analysis, when you conduct meta-analysis, that time also there is less than minimal risk or there is no risk to the participants. Minimal risk, second type of risk is minimal risk. The probability of harm or discomfort anticipated in the research is not greater. Not greater means there will be some very small, very minute or meager risk will be there, but it will not be greater than routine daily life activities of an average healthy individual or general population. So when the risk is caused, but it is not going to affect the routine daily life activities of the healthy individual. And during the performance of routine tests where occurrence of serious harm or an adverse event is unlikely. So when there is unlikely serious harm or adverse event, that falls into the category of minimal risk. The examples of minimal risk are research involving routine questioning or history taking. Suppose you are taking only asking questions. You are using questionnaire method. You are taking only history from the patient. That will definitely not cause any risk to the patient. Then observing physical examination, chest X-ray, obtaining body fluids without invasive intervention. So when you are doing observing or doing physical examination, or you are taking chest X-ray or obtaining body fluids without any invasive intervention, such as hair, saliva, or urine sample, then there will be no risk to the patient or very minimal risk will be there. Third type of risk is minor risk. over minimal risk or low risk, but there will be a risk. So increment in probability of harm or discomfort is only little more than the minimal risk. So minimal risk, so last time we have seen that last slide, that is minimal risk. So when it is just above the, or it is the harm or discomfort is only little more, thoda sa, then it is called as minimal, minor increase or over minimal risk or low risk. So this may be present in situations such as routine research on children and adolescents. So sometimes that may lead to the some harm to the children and adolescents. Research on persons incapable of giving consent. So mentally retarded people or young age children, delaying or withholding a proven intervention or standard of care in control or placebo group during randomized trials. So these are the examples of the minimal risk or low risk. So use of minimally invasive procedures that can lead to the minimal risk. These are the examples of the minimal risk, like brief pain or tenderness, small bruises or scars, very slight or temporary distress, such as drawing a small sample of blood for testing, like we are taking 2 ml sample. So during that, there will be slight pain. Trying a new diagnostic technique in pregnant and breastfeeding women, which are not leading to any risk to the patient. Now, other aspect of minimal risk is social value. Use of personal identifiable data. When it's like that, you know that you are having a participant in your study and he is suffering from particular disease, and you identify the data and disclose it into the community. So that will cause social harm to the person. It may also cause psychological harm to the person. It may also cause discomfort to that individual. Suppose that you have disclosed that a particular person is having cancer. So that can also again lead to social risk, psychological harm, and discomfort to the participant. So this is the minimal risk. And last is the more than minimal risk or high risk. This is most commonly found in clinical trials, and it is also found in invasive and greater than minimal risk. So here the probability of harm or discomfort anticipated in the research is invasive, and it is greater than the minimal risk. So examples there include, it is usually caused in case of interventional studies or drug trials or clinical trial. So any interventional study which is involving a drug or a device or an invasive procedure such as lumbar puncture, lung or liver biopsy, endoscopic procedure, intravenous sedation for diagnostic procedures. These are the examples of the more than minimal risk, which can lead to even some life-threatening conditions also. So in that case, this risk is classified as more than minimal risk or high risk. So these are the four types of the risk which are caused to the participants. So these all presentations were taken from the national ethical guidelines given by the Indian Medical Council of Research for bio bioavailable research, biological research which are done on human participants. So this is all about the conflict of interest, rational and science of proposal, and the risk benefit assessment process. So thank you very much for the opportunity given to me for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Till the time I'll take the attendance, sir, I request you to kindly prepare for vote of thanks and validate.
Yes, yes.
I request all the delegates to kindly keep your cameras on for the attendance. Yes, sir, it is done.
Now I would like to.
Yes, sir, it is done.
I would like to welcome our respected Dean, Dr. Dynamic academician, a mentor, supporter, deriving for us under his guidance and his support. We are organizing such webinars. I welcome Dr. Azhar Ahmed Siddiqui sir. I will like to present a floral bouquet to welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I request our Dean sir, who is also our organizing chairman for this webinar, to address our delegates. Sir, please, sir.
Good afternoon, all. I hope you are all enjoying this good academic. Yesterday, I could not attend the inaugural function because there was a network problem in our campus that time. So, thought it is better to address you for 1 minute or 2 minutes now. It's very important workshop. As you are all aware of this, two importances. One is it is prerequisite for the exam. Of course, most of you maybe for this only. Second one is really good. If you inculcate this in your practice, most of these topics are very important. We already had a workshop, this type of offline workshop at our institute last week, and for our PG students. But as Shafi sir has said, there is demand from many colleges that this workshop should be online also, so that you can attend. Those colleges who are not conducting, they can attend it. That's why they have gone with this workshop. So I'm happy that in the month of April, we had two workshops. One is offline, the second is online. Yesterday, we also had a workshop completed on basic codes in this BCLS and ACLS. So this is a routine for us. I hope that you people are enjoying. The speakers are very good as far as whenever I've seen the names, all of these, particularly Shafi sir, Jawad sir and Zubair sir, they are all very much into it and they are very committed. I think they are also strict for attendance and they are maintaining all the things. So I hope that this will continue. And I request officer, whenever such demands comes, you can organize workshops. Even if possible for ACLS, BCLS also, we can have a workshop if the participant really want, because this also is a prerequisite, I think, for them to appear in the exam, for PG students particularly. They need BCBR, they need ACLS, BCLS, they need GCP. So if the demand is there, you can organize application, maybe June or July. So I just hope that everybody has enjoyed, and I hope that you will enjoy in future also this kind of workshops. I'm very thankful to our faculty members who have gone through this and who have taken the efforts for this workshop. And I hope to see you again. Thank you very much, Shafi sir, for providing me an opportunity in the last session for speaking a few words. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. In spite of having Sunday and your busy schedule, that you have spared time for us and you have came here and guided us. Being a dean, you're a very busy person, and Elite Education Academy is very thankful to you for your support, for your encouragement, for allowing us to conduct these webinars. We will definitely plan to have offline webinars, workshops also at our institute in future. I'm very thankful to all the delegates who have registered and stayed for 2 days, attended all the sessions. I'm very thankful to our founder chairman Maulana Ghulam Muhammad Wastani Sahab, whose health is not good. We pray to the Almighty God that may he recover from his illness. I'm very thankful to our chairman Maulana Huzaifa Wastani Sahab, our CEO Dr. Iyas Bemal sir, our medical superintendent Dr. Ishrat Jahan, Dr. Ishrat Fatima, and our medical director. I'm thankful to our team society, Dr. Zubair, Dr. Jawad, for taking a lot of efforts to make this webinar successful. So once again, I thank all the participants. The instructions regarding the points and the certificate will be shared in the group. I request all the delegates to keep the patience at least 2 to 3 days time. Please give us, and we will put the instructions in the group. You be there in the group. Don't leave the group. Instructions will come. Your certificates will also come there in the group. So with this, I declare that the webinar on course in ethics and good legal practices is over once again.
Thank you very much, sir. We will first verify the attendance. We will cross check all the details, and after that, the certificates will be posted as sir has told. So be patient and kindly be connected to the Elite Academy and Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research, as we are conducting many such CMEs and webinars that are beneficial for all of us. So, with this, with the permission of Honorable Dean Sir and with the permission of the Director of Elite Academy, I call upon this session to end, and I end the meeting from my side and request you all to be patient for your certification. Thank you very much.